Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. बोलिए 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare. बोलिए बोलिए प्रभु जी बोलो. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare बोलिए Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Radhe Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Aindra Prabhu Jaya Aindra Prabhu Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Rama
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Shri Harinam Sankirtan Jagya Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Aindra Prabhu's appearance day Ki Jai. Jai Nitai Go Primanandi Hari Hari Bo.
But actually, it is now by his own dance.
Did it start? Can someone control that? Hare Krishna to everyone. We'd like to warmly welcome everybody to this year's Appearance Day celebration of His Grace Aindra Prabhu. Very nice that you could all come and participate. We will start a little bit off our schedule. We will invite His Holiness Bibi Govinda Maharaj to speak something in glorification of Aindra Prabhu. Maharaj is on a schedule this morning. He can't spend too much time with us, so we would like to invite him to speak something first.
Om Agyantimarandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshur Unmilitanjena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swamin Iti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Sunyavati Paschachade Zitarane. Hare Nama Hare Nama Eva Kevalam Kalo Nasteva 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 Gatiranyatan Vancha Kopa Gurubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhebhyacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasati Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, dear Vaishnavas. I would like to thank Aranya Bihari Prabhu and Akinchana Krishna Das Prabhu for inviting me to come and participate in this program today, celebrating the appearance of Aindra Prabhu. It is a great honor to be here and a great honor to be among people who are so dedicated to ensuring the legacy of Aindra Prabhu. Today is his appearance day, and when we think of the appearance of a Vaishnav, they're like great stars and great moons that are lighting up the darkness of the night of Kali Yuga. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it is stated, Kalir dosa nide rajan hasti eka mahadguna kirtanari vakrishnasya mukta sangha param brajet. That Kali Yuga is just a vast ocean of faults. But there is one good quality in Kali Yuga. And if a person will take shelter of the process of Harinam Sankirtan, he will attain the Parambrajet, or the highest goal of human existence, which is the development of Krishna Prema. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told us, Prema Pumarto Mahan, that loving Krishna is beyond any other goal of life. So these Vaishnavas, like Aindra Prabhu, they appear in this world. And from his early days in Krishna consciousness, he gave himself 100% to this process. And he came here to Brindavan, and for us who lived in Brindavan at that time, we know what austere situations it was in Vrindavan. It's totally unlike today. But Aindra Prabhu had this vision to start the kirtan at the feet of Krishna Balaram and Radhe Shyam, that this kirtan would be heard all over the world. Just like when Srila Prabhupada was here in his final days, he would get reports about the Sankirtan around the world. And although Srila Prabhupada couldn't move, he would say, "I am beating a drum which is being heard all over the world." So Aindra Prabhu, he did the same thing by his dedication to Nam Sankirtan. He sat down here in austere Brindavan and he started chanting. And he started gathering sincere souls who were similarly dedicated to the process. And he started educating them in the science of chanting. And he started educating them in the culture of chanting Hare Krishna. And as I said, living in Vrindavan in those days was never easy. We were all constantly sick back then. Whenever I would meet Aindra Prabhu, he would have 10 different types of lozenges in his bead bag because he was consistently losing his voice from singing kirtan all the time. Sometimes he would pull out black peppercorns, and sometimes he would pull out licorice, and sometimes he would pull out fisherman's friends, or whatever the case may be. Yeah, it was very austere. But despite that, he sat there and he kept chanting, and he kept chanting, and he kept chanting. And he requested that this be done in a very concentrated fashion all over the world. We're known as the Hare Krishna movement to people around the world because we're famous for chanting Hare Krishna. Until the time of the arrival of the 24-hour kirtan in Vrindavan, we were basically always chanting and dancing at the same time. Big dancing kirtans. But the arrival of the 24-hour kirtan heralded a period where people would sit and people would concentrate on the holy name. People would hear the holy name. People would understand that they're chanting for the pleasure of Radhe Shyam. People would understand that they were chanting for the pleasure of Krishna and Balaram. It was a mistake to be in Aindra's kirtan if you thought you were a clever kartal player. It was a mistake to be in his kirtan if you thought you were a clever mridanga player. It was a mistake to be in his kirtan if you had any type of proudy mood about how good you could sing. Because those different types of moods are not compatible for tasting the nectar of Nam Sankirtan. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught us, and Aindra Prabhu showed us by his example, Trinada Pisa Nichena Toroda Pisa Hishnuna Amanina Manadena Kirtaniya Sada Hari. If we want to enter into that nectar of Nam, then we must be very, very humble, and we must be very forbearing. And we must have that quality to give respect to every living entity, and never ever can we expect to receive respect for ourselves. So Aindra Prabhu is like a shining spotlight in the darkness of the Kali night, that he really started drilling this into devotees. And you know, it's said that when an epidemic takes place in a community, it doesn't take many people to create an epidemic. We just went through, you know, COVID-19. And, you know, one person could infect your entire neighborhood. This one person, Aindra, he was a carrier of the virus, and he infected the whole world. He caused a pandemic of Harinam around the world. And now we see that in the wake of Aindra's dedication and determination here in Vrindavan, there are kirtan melas everywhere in the world. There are kirtan functions where people come together to sit in meditation many hours a day, just focusing on the sound of Krishna Nam and understanding I am a servant of the holy name of Krishna. I was reading a couple days ago in Harinam Chintamani, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur explained what is our duty. And he said our duty is that we should sincerely chant and we should sincerely hear and we should contemplate, we should meditate on the sound of the syllables of Harinam. And by that contemplation and meditation, soon we will see the form of Krishna, which is identical to the holy name. And then from Nam to Rupa to Guna, and in the ultimate stage, the Leela of the Lord will be revealed to the heart of the devotee through engaging in the process of dedicated Nam Sankirtan. And once, a long time ago, in the early 90s, I had the blessed association of Srila Gaur Govinda Swami Maharaj in Hungary. And Shivaram Swami and I were sitting in his room and we were speaking to him. And I said, so by hearing the glories of Krishna, by chanting Krishna's holy names, we will see and understand the pastimes of Krishna. And he smiled and he said, not only will you see and understand the pastimes of Krishna, but you will understand who you are in the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. So we have to give, or I should say, we have a limitless debt of gratitude to Aindra Prabhu for the service which he performed for his spiritual master, our Guru Parampara, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And on blessed days of the appearance of great Vaishnavas, we should focus our minds and we should pray for the mercy of those Vaishnavas, that just one drop of their kripa will come upon us, that we can develop steady and determined faith in chanting the holy name. We will understand Harer Nama Eva Kevalam, that there's nothing other than Lord Krishna's holy name. Harer Nama Eva Kevalam, Harinama Mama Jivanam. The holy name is the only way, and the holy name is my life. So thank you all very much. As an old person in the Krishna consciousness movement, it's very encouraging, and it's very heartwarming. It really touches the heart deeply to see the dedication of the devotees here in Brindavan and the 24-hour kirtan, that you also continue this service, although it's not always easy in Brindavan. 2 months ago, all of us were complaining about the bitter cold. Now already we're complaining about the heat. But you men are carrying on this Harinam tradition. And know for certain that when you're sitting there in the middle of the night and you're singing Hare Krishna with concentration, with a heart of love, it's not only benefiting yourself, but this Nam Sankirtan is spreading throughout the world from Sri Vrindavan Dham, and it's blessing every living being in the universe. And for that, we have to bow our head in thanks to Sripad Aindra Prabhu for starting this process. So I have infinite debt unlimited debt of gratitude to Aindra for what he has done. And today I bow my head at his lotus feet, and I pray that he will bless me with his mercy, that one day I will attain a taste for Harinam Sankirtan in the way which he had, and that the rest of my days of this world will be dedicated for sharing Harinam with other people. Thank you all very much. Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nanta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki, Harinam Sankirtan Jagya ki, Nitai Gaura Premanandi. Hare Krishna. As the Kinshana Prabhu said, I'm on a schedule today, so I'm very sorry that I can't stay with you for the rest of the program, but I have to run now, so please excuse me. Hare Krishna.
To descend from below, dance is Shunanam dancing. It's looking like the devotee is chanting, so the devotee is getting credit for being the instrument. But actually, it is Nam, by his own sweet will, dancing on the tongue of the devotee. It's not the devotee chanting. It's Nam dancing, making it look like the devotee is chanting. But in reality, it's Nam dancing. And only when Nam is satisfied, pleased in some way, generally by the Nistata, determined, strongly determined, non-budget. That when Krishna sees that you're actually serious, you're trying to do non-budget, you're doing abhas non-budget, but Krishna sees that if you're actually crying, it's not that you're not supposed to cry for Krishna's mercy when you're chanting a holy name. At least that kind of crying we have to start with. And anyone can start with it. Because it's not that you have to be high, exalted devotee to start crying because you can't cry for Krishna's mercy. Hard-hearted nonsense. At least we can cry, because we're crying for mercy because we're so fallen. It doesn't take much intelligence. That's the meaning of Sumedasa. Jagyai Sankirtana Prayartya Jantihi Sumedasa. Means to recognize. So not enough intelligence to recognize that you're fallen. That you're one of the petite people of this Kali Yuga. And therefore, we need to take shelter of the process that Lord Chaitanya, who appears as the golden Yuga avatar, acting in the capacity of Yuga avatar, he establishes the Yuga Dharma, Sankirtan Jagya. And primarily, he establishes Mahamantra Sankirtan. Other mantras and, Goswami songs and these things, they may be considered as expansions of the Mahamantra. But the Mukhya mantra for this age of Kali is Hare Krishna Mahamantra. That is the Tarak Brahma Kirtan mantra for this age of Kali. And that mantra is not like the Tarak Brahma Kirtan mantras for previous ages. In previous ages, the Tarak Brahma Kirtan mantra for the deliverance of the fallen souls were Aishwaryamaya mantras. They were not Raja Madhurya Maya mantras. So they did not offer the fruit of the attainment of the realm of Raja, or the attainment of the service of Radha and Krishna, the Raja Leelas. Surya mantra, which is a Yugal Radha Krishna mantra, which is meant to awaken the Rajabhakti. So when Krishna, either by the grace of Guru or Vaishnavas, Bhagavad-Gita, or Krishna himself just wants to do mercy upon someone, if he sees that the soul is sincere and serious about approaching the service of the holy name, then had he not been pleased with the efforts of that devotee to beseech his merciful appearance upon his tongue, he may take pity on more wretched, pathetic Kali Yuga rejects like us.
For speaking out of turn, we'll ask Panchagoda Prabhu to speak next.
I would like to begin by offering my pranam to all the assembled Vaishnavas' lotus feet. Jai Jai Shri Radhe Shyam. In the first verse of Shikshastakam, Sri Gauranga says, Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. The chanting of Nam Sankirtan will destroy all sin. Give complete victory to attain our goal of prem and surpasses all other processes. In the last verse of Srimad Bhagavatam, it is stated, Nam Sankirtan Yasya Sarva Papa Pranashanam. The chanting of Nam Sankirtan will destroy all sinful reactions. In the 12th canto, it is also stated, Kalo Tadhari Kirtanat. The Yuga Dharma for Kali Yuga is Nam Sankirtan, and it will give us love for Krishna. The conclusion of the Bhagavatam is only Kirtan. The Adi Pravartak, or first initiator of Nam Sankirtan, was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he was firmly established in Aindra Prabhu's mind and heart, and helped him inspire the whole world's chanting of Nam Sankirtan. Shri Aindra Das Prabhu ki jai! And please chant one Maha Mantra with me. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you. Okay, we'd like to invite our temple president, His Grace Panchagoda Prabhu. Please come and speak something. And don't mind, just we'd like to control the time a little bit.
What time? How much time is that?
5 to 10 minutes.
Shri Aindra Prabhu ki. Well, I got a limited amount of time. What I took from that video was that one has to be very determined and very enthusiastic to really achieve the goal. And I came here in 1993, and Aindra Prabhu was definitely fixed on re-establishing. He already did the 24-hour kirtan. Also, he started his first recordings. We helped with producing the little cassettes that ended up in all the
temples and kitchens all over the world, everyone hearing and relishing the sweet Vrindavan mellows and beautiful. As he mentioned, it's not just one's personal expertise or the certain melody or the timing. He says the holy name takes over. It comes from the heart. I was trying to figure out what goes on in the heart today in the Bhagavatam class we were talking. But you could see that Aindra Prabhu's heart was in the kirtan and also spreading the holy name all around. Just like Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when all the sannyasis of Varanasi, Prakashananda, and all the sannyasis were wondering, why is it you don't study Vedanta, you're just chanting and dancing? And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told, my Guru Maharaj called me a fool. I have no ability to understand Vedanta and philosophy. He says just Harinam, 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 Eva Kevalam, Kalu Nasteva, 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 Gatir Anyata. So, by coming together without any desire or aspiration for material wealth or various other benedictions, just selflessly chanting and performing the yagya. This is the yagya for this age. Kali Kalira Dharma Krishna Nam Sankirtan. So this is what's our keeping the core of our society, that we're all wanting to call out Krishna's name and give appreciation and take inspiration from Aindra Prabhu, his sacrifice of taking care of Sachi Sutta. And how many Shalagram Shilas do we have? Quite a few thousands of Shalagram Shilas. So the Lord's all pervasive, but he's not impersonal. He's in everyone's heart, and he sees when we're chanting, when we're dancing. He also sees when we're not chanting and dancing. But this is a wonderful opportunity to take inspiration from our pioneer, Aindra Prabhu. It's a difficult, as the managers of the 24-hour kirtan can let you know, that the night shift, cold weather, hot weather, 24 hours a day, keeping the enthusiasm, keeping the devotees to be fixed that we're doing this seva for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada and Shri Krishna Balaram, Gaur-Nitai, Lalita Vishaka, Radhashama Sundar, and the whole community. Our community is growing and developing, and everything is centered around the chanting of the holy names. So Aindra Prabhu, we may think, well, why'd he leave so early? That happens like that. Krishna, even Prabhupada, he was in 65, 66 every day. He was going to the shipyard to see when am I going back to India? It's very difficult here. And then 10 years later, he's in New York for Rath Yatra, and he's got thousands of devotees and books and temples, and you can see how Krishna manifests very exponentially. He grows. Prabhupada planted this Sankirtan mission. He had great faith in his Guru Maharaj, and also that the Sankirtan Yagya would be successful because of the order of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But he was working very tirelessly in inspiring and empowering his sincere followers. So the perfection of life is to give pleasure to your spiritual master. So Srila Prabhupada wanted this 24-hour kirtan. He initiated it, and Aindra Prabhu pushed it over the hump. It was a difficult time, and a lot of the pioneers experienced difficulties, but those difficulties were nicely rewarded by so many fortunate souls to hear the holy name, to chant the holy name. And don't think we have so many other important things to do. Really, our most important thing to do is cultivate our love and bhakti, and that comes by chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So make it a point, a priority to hear more Krishna, chant more Krishna, and serve nicely and set a good example. If you want to help the society, help Prabhupada, and make Aindra Prabhu happy, just cooperate, because there's always difficulties, and Prabhupada was very worried that due to fighting amongst ourselves, that would cause the biggest hurdle or hindrance. So he wanted nice cooperation, not blind, but if one is developing godly qualities, he is becoming more tolerant, more humble, and more enthusiastic for taking on devotional service. So Aindra Prabhu is very enthusiastic, so we should also be very enthusiastic. Shri Aindra Prabhu ki. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Panchagoda Prabhu.
Was I within my time?
You did great, Prabhu. Thank you so much. This is our first time doing it here in the Yagyashala. We're just working on logistics.
We don't have a Balaram hall anymore.
We don't have a Balaram hall anymore. Hopefully we've got it set up. We were hoping to just watch a few minutes of Aindra Prabhu. This is a beautiful, simple video where we can just watch how Aindra Prabhu is chanting with the devotees in our temple room. I'd like to call up His Grace Shritakirti Prabhu to speak something to our assembly.
All the time. You don't have to tell me a time limit. Let me offer my respect. Don't worry. He's giving me a time limit, which you don't need to do that with me. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravana Pachani Nirvishesha Sanyavari Paskachahade Satarni. Panchagoda and I, we have a little rasa. When he speaks first, I tell him, you say everything I was going to say. And when I speak first, he says, that's what I was going to say. He started out with determination. I was thinking that today after being here for almost 5 years. Just to live in Vrindavan, not do anything, requires great determination. At least for me it does. Imagine being here as long as he was, not just living here, 24 hours a day engaged. Those you know, many of you know, besides managing the kirtan party, being in the kirtan party, doing all of his deity worship, dressing Radhashyaama Sundar, 1-2 days a week, I think like that. I know my wife, when she sees the photo, she'll always say, that was Aindra Prabhu's dressing. He was just expert in so many areas, and his determination, his enthusiasm to follow Srila Prabhupada's instruction, and especially to grasp that one instruction, to chant Hare Krishna. I was just reading how Srila Prabhupada was saying, you can read so many books, so much philosophy is there, but everything is about chanting the holy name. He said, without that purification, nothing else really sinks in. The whole purification process starts chanting Hare Krishna. Just seeing in the short video how he didn't just chant, he made sure everyone's chanting. I know I've heard the stories. If you're just pounding on the drum, he's going to pound on your head, right? Because the whole point is chanting. Everything follows the chanting of Hare Krishna. So we can see decades of doing that, how it reverberates on and on and on. You know, the fact that we're here now. I was saying, you know, on social media I put something, somebody said, yeah, but a samadhi? You know, why a samadhi? I said, he deserves a samadhi there as much as anyone for the service that he's done. To be remembered forever, for generations, it's never going to stop. You know, I only hope someday to have such determination, such single-pointedness that he had from the morning till night. I know you've all heard the stories. I know Madhava Prabhu, he always likes to tell the one about going and cleaning the toilets in the Brahmachari ashram. This is in 1990. It was not a pleasant place. But you can see, despite his fame was there while he was here. The humility, the example that he set for everyone. You know, these are the things that are most important. His coming here and his determination, a few people have. You know, we had the good fortune just last week of Kadambakananda Maharaj, seeing a person with enthusiasm, determination, understanding the orders of his spiritual master, the potency that can be there. And obviously this same potency is much more is there with Aindra Prabhu. I'm just grateful to be able to live in Vrindavan, try to do a little bit here, but to take on such a service for so long is definitely, it's a very rare quality. his qualities indeed, they were very rare. Everyone he encountered, he inspired. Again, I know my own partner, she's always inspired as soon as she thinks about Aindra, because he gave her also, he gave her some inspiration. She was initiated, her name was changed from Vishaka to Vishakasaki. And after it happened, she remembered. That's what Aindra used to call her, Vishakasaki. So she thought it was like a full circle, came around from that point. So she was very happy in that way. So he's given happiness, service to so many of us, lifetime of service. Myself, I always say I was never prepared to live in Vrindavan. We think sometimes we have all facility now. Still difficulties are there, the heat, the cold, the illnesses, so many things. For those of you that don't know, you can't imagine to live here in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. Just doing that was such a difficult task. But he made it all seem very simple. Like Srila Prabhupada. Not attached. The words Prabhupada used was unaffected by the modes of material nature. So I see that quality there, and the great devotees, they all have that special quality. They're not affected by the modes of nature. Neither was he affected by the modes of nature. So I have been given a few minutes, so in a very humble Kinchana Krishna here. Both these devotee men are wonderful. I can see Aindra Prabhu must be very happy with all of the service you're both doing, increasing more and more. The 24-hour kirtan party, engaging everyone. You know, the temple room is right over there. Huh? Everyone's getting an opportunity after so long to have darshan of Sachi Sutta and so many Shilas. So we're very happy for everything that goes on continually, and I'm sure by your mercy it will continue to go on. I thank you all very much for giving me an opportunity to speak and even tolerating my being here in Vrindavan. Hare Krishna, thank you. Aindra Prabhu ki jai.
Thank you so much, Shrutikirti Prabhu. Thank you.
End of May.
We'd like to request Bhakti Ratnakar Ambarish Maharaj to please speak.
Thank you. I'll meet up with
Vanchakātkarvyaśya kripasindubhya vachāpatitanam pānibhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namaha. I had few opportunities for association with Aindra Prabhu. When we came with a group of brahmacharis in '93, we participated first time in this 24-hour kirtan. It was very amazing experience, and next time I came with a group of Russian devotees to his room, and he has agreed to give a class. I was translating his class, and I remember one thing. He was quoting many shastras and describing the glories of Janmashtami, because we came on Janmashtami, and he quoted some Puranas. So even if one is observing fasting on Janmashtami, it's like million times fasting on Ekadashi. It has very strong effect that I was remembering from that class. And of course every time you join the kirtan, he was looking at everyone, and if someone was chanting like 50%, he was showing that why are you sitting here? Well, let's clap your hands and chant, do something. You're sitting like half asleep. He was always enlivening everyone who participated in the kirtan to participate 100%. So it was very great experience to hear from him, to chant with him. He was always giving the life. So, and when he was speaking about the glories of the holy name, he was shouting usually. One time he was invited to join Parikrama party in Varshana. He came in the evening to do kirtan with Parikrama party, and then he started to glorify the holy name, and he was like roaring like a lion for maybe 10 minutes glorifying the holy name. So he was so attached to the chanting, and he wanted everyone to enjoy this wonderful chanting, that always he was pushing us to surrender more to the process of chanting. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. We'd like to call up Brajendra Nandan Prabhu. He was with Aindra Prabhu in his ashram in the 90s. He's also the father of Balavendra, who gave us our introduction.
Jai Jai Shri Radhe Shyam. Aindra Das was a wonderful, kind, and compassionate. Oh, Radhe Radhe. Okay. I was a friend of Aindra Das. He's a companion friend, one of the kindest and definitely the most inspirational, one of the most inspirational people I've ever met. Aindra is well known for his heavy side, you know, but there was also an unlimitedly sweet side to Aindra Das ji. Oh, closer? Okay. Could you all hear that? Yeah? Okay. The sweet side. Yeah, there was a really unlimitedly sweet side to him. You know, very kind, compassionate, concerned about the spiritual progress of each and every person that was in his association that he served under. And for that reason, sometimes he showed his heaviness. So anyhow, one of the main things he taught was that first, become pure. First, as we saw in the thing, take Shuddha Nam. Become pure, and then you can purify others. Aindra Das didn't give Diksha to anyone because he was, oh, Radharani, I'm not ready yet. I'm not pure. This was his Vaishnava humility, but through his purity, he spread this Sankirtan movement and inspired this younger generation to continue the 24-hour Sankirtan. I usually keep to myself. I don't see so many faces, so sorry for this, but anyhow. Oh, one thing. So to have Aindra Das come into your room was an amazing experience, and I'll give one small story. This one time I was sitting in my room, maybe 2 doors east of room 89, the room of Aindra Das, finishing my seva to some Giriraj and Varshana Shilas. And Aindra Das ji would first chant 64 malas, 64 garlands before leaving his room in the morning. That was his common practice. So one day I was there and he came blasting into the room. I think Bhagavad Purana was there also. And he was crying, you know. I said, wow, is Aindra crying? Like, is everything okay? And he was smiling though, crying with a smile, you know. And he just stood with his arm against the door, chanting japa, which wasn't an ordinary thing. Like he wouldn't just come and stand at the door like that. So like, Radheshyam, what's happening? He's like, oh, I was just making a flower garland, and then I gave it to someone, and I watched them put it on Radharani's neck. And I said, what? Were you just, was someone in your room? He said, no, I was just in my room, alone. I said, what were you doing? Chanting japa. This was Aindra Das. Another time, we were talking about some esoteric topic, and I was really young, maybe 23 or something in those days. So I wanted to push the topic further, you know? And he said that my name was Bhagavan Das. He said, Bhagavan, I'm not going to tell you that. And he grabbed the bead bag around my neck and said, there's a lot of nectar in this bead bag. Keep chanting Hare Krishna. Shri Aindra Das Prabhu Ki Jai.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ready? Great. Okay, we'd like to call up Shri Ram Pandit Prabhu.
नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामीति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषण्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशधारिणे श्रीपाद आइंद्र प्रभु की जय. So I'll try to speak something about Aindra Prabhu, though I didn't have any personal interaction with him. So whatever I could recollect, whatever I read about Aindra Prabhu, I'm just going to talk something about that. I may not be very perfect, but please forgive me for any offense. So, two of the important things, what I could recollect is Aindra Prabhu was very, very strict, especially two of his instructions, or maybe not instructions, but what I read. Aindra Prabhu clearly mentioned that, whoever is my follower, and if he's trying to follow me, and he's very interested in kirtan, but at the same time he doesn't chant his rounds, then they are not my followers anymore. So he always emphasized on kirtan as well as chanting the prescribed 16 rounds. If more than 16 rounds is welcome, or at least chanting 16 rounds. He was very strict about it. The second thing I could remember is anyone who's in kirtan and he's participating in kirtan but not chanting, in the sense he's not following the kirtanya, then he really didn't like that. So this is what I could remember, two of the things. And as you all know, room number 89 in the old Gurukul school, which is the building is no more, it's being demolished now. So Aindra Prabhu's morning programs, especially so many shaligrams, as I read, I think it was 1200 plus shaligrams. Then Nitai Sachisud's worship, then the other lordships, Srila Prabhupada. So he was so strict about worship, chanting. I think he was somewhere I read is 116 rounds plus is what he used to chant. The initial days when the kirtan, when he started this 24-hour kirtan, I think 1975 is what I remember Prabhupada instructed him to start the 24-hour kirtan. But then after Prabhupada's disappearance, when Aindra Prabhu came back to Vrindavan, he came back in 82, that's what I remember when I read, and then 86 is what the 24-hour kirtan started. So what I read was, in those days it was very difficult for Aindra Prabhu, in the sense there was a challenge. There was no one in the 24-hour kirtan. He alone used to do the entire stuff. So any visitor who used to come to the temple used to just catch hold of him and say that, do you know to play mridang? He said, no, I don't know, but can you just do dum dum dum? He said, yes. So he said, just sit and do the kirtan. So Aindra Prabhu, this is how he started the kirtan. And one of the interesting thing I read that, he used to wear payal. He used to wear payal, and then he used to play. I mean, because he couldn't play kartal, he cannot do everything on his own. So he used to by tapping the legs, that makes the sound of the kartal and then the mridang, and this is how he was doing 24 kirtan. So today what we see is, so many youngsters are getting attracted to the 24 kirtan. So it's all glories go to Aindra Prabhu, and so many people, especially in the evening hours when Aindra Prabhu was present personally here, so many people used to come to the temple, especially in the evening hours, to see Aindra Prabhu doing his kirtan. And it was, I used to come regularly to Vrindavan. I just moved to Vrindavan in 2017, but I just 2008 somewhere I heard a lot about Aindra Prabhu, so I thought I want to see who is Aindra Prabhu. So when I came, the evening the temple was packed, and I couldn't get a place to even see him. But then that kirtan I could still remember. Those kirtan when Aindra Prabhu was personally present in the evening hours, it was just mesmerizing. It was just out of the world, It was something like I could still remember his kirtans. And last not but least, I would like to really thank the 24 Kirtan party for continuing with the same enthusiasm and keeping up the whatever Aindra Prabhu's standards are. They're just following the standards, and this 24 Kirtan is up and running very nicely. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. I got a message from Ram Roy Prabhu, close associate of Aindra Prabhu, who spent so many years both in New York and then in Brindavan, in the kirtan discussions in his room, reading books. He's, after the disappearance of Aindra Prabhu, there was so much pain in his heart that he was finding difficulty for inspiration to move on. And ultimately, the way he decided to go forward is that he started a very beautiful, glorious kirtan program in New York City. And just now, this weekend, they're celebrating 12 years of daily Harinam Sankirtan in New York City. It's something phenomenal. I've practically seen by the work that he's done, he's made Hare Krishna famous in New York City. Just people throughout, one time I'll just tell a quick story. My wife and I were there in New York City, and they asked about, what are those bead bags? And they said, oh, we're Hare Krishna devotees. And immediately the person said, oh, I love the Hare Krishnas. I'm in Union Square Park singing with them. So that's Ram Roy's tremendous work. So he wanted to share something. We'll try to play the recording from my phone.
Vishnupadaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paskita Deshatarane Vanchakalpatrubhyascha Kripasindubhyevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna says in the Bhagavad-Gita how the devotees are Dritabrata. They are very, very determined to chant his glories, endeavoring with great determination. So His Grace Sripad Aindra Prabhu, amongst so many outstanding qualities, he exhibited this incredible determination to take up residence in Sri Vrindavan Dham, inside the four walls of the Krishna Balaram Mandir, and fulfill the order of His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. His desire to manifest 24-hour kirtan required complete surrender and total dedication of the self, and required unwavering determination to make the thing happen. So, just as His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada showed to an unparalleled level, those same qualities of determination. So Srila Prabhupada, it was arranged that many disciples, many people were sent to him, just as Srila Prabhupada affirmed that my spiritual master has sent all of you here to help me in this mission. So Aindra Prabhu, he fulfilled the desire of Srila Prabhupada to manifest the 24-hour kirtan in Sri Vrindavan Dham, and more than that, revealing, quote unquote, in a modern text, the glories of Brindavan, so that all of us here today can actually enter into Brindavan in the right spirit with right qualification. Brindavan is not a joking place, it's not a trifle, it's a very serious place, and it's meant for very, very serious people who wish to become pure devotees and achieve the goal of complete self-realization in this very lifetime. So, Aindra Prabhu, his association as such a standard of pure devotee was just, as Srila Prabhupada's association was, irresistible. You wanted to be around him because he had your back, just as devotees felt about Srila Prabhupada, that he really truly loved me. So anyone who was able to have the association of Aindra, what to speak of, serve with him and assist him in any way over the years, felt that this personality really, really, really cares about me. And in reciprocation, I'm prepared to do everything and anything it takes to assist him in his mission and to please him. And of course, the mission is broad, and to stay in Brindavan and serve in Brindavan alongside of Aindra may very well not be everyone's destined service or what Krishna and the Guru Parampara want of us. But having the association and example of Srila Prabhupada will help you, as Srila Prabhupada recommended to all of us, and he himself personally demonstrated, to create the Brindavan atmosphere anywhere one resides in the world by one's pure and empowered devotional service. So he reasons ill who say that Vaishnavas die while they are still living in sound. The Vaishnavas died to live, and while living, they tried to spread the holy name around. So we transcend the time and space and thought of this realm and enter into the eternal association of Krishna and his pure devotees by associating with and assisting such great devotees as Aindra Prabhu, who showed truly what it means to be an exemplary and super excellent disciple of His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
So I've understood that Janardhan Maharaj is with us. I don't see him here, but if somehow Maharaj can hear me, we would like to invite you to come speak. Yes.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Sripad Aindra Das, Baba Prabhu. Namo Namaha. Om Agyana Timirandasya, Gyanangyana Salakaya. Chakshur Omilitamena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha.
fortunate we are today to celebrate Aindra Prabhu's appearance day. Our gathering here today is for our purification. Somehow or other, we have come in contact with Aindra Prabhu in some way or another. But definitely, he had a big impact onto all of our lives. It is not a coincidence that we are here today. We all love Aindra Prabhu. His qualities cannot be fathomed, very difficult to understand. But at the same time, we all know that he is a great lover of the chanting of Hare Krishna Mahamantra, which is the Yuga Dharma. The qualities that he exemplified, as Ram Roy Prabhu mentioned earlier, his determination to continue on in spite of great difficulties in order to keep the 24-hour kirtan department keep going is not so easy. Especially the different devotees who are now in the kirtan. Many of them are very young, but their enthusiasm is there, is very contagious. It is not so easy to maintain a department which, from different backgrounds, different cultures, different levels of Krishna consciousness to put together. But again, the main common theme is to chant the holy name of the Lord, to glorify the Supreme Lord. This Yuga Dharma, which we are right now having, can only be very, very effective, especially when we are pure ourselves. Aindra Prabhu always emphasized that, and because of his purity, the effect all over the world of the chanting of the holy name of the Lord is very, very much appreciated. Even though at some time or another, it is not very easily understood. I remember him saying that, I can say this and I can say that because I have so much experience, and also I have so many years of chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra under my belt. I remember we had a program at Prem Kishore Prabhu's place. Now he is a sannyasi over near the Parikrama Marg. So he would say many things which sometimes is very difficult to accept. But again, he can say things which it's difficult to accept, but it is true. Because Prabhupada has mentioned that purity is the force. So for those of us, especially who are trying to, as much as possible, keep the legacy of the 24-hour kirtan department, the kirtan should be pure. And where do you get this from? It doesn't come up from the sky and just fall on you. We have to work hard for this purity. And it's also expected for all of us, whether we are part of 24-hour kirtan department or any departments or any services that we do, either in Krishna Balaram Mandir or places where you live. We have to be sincere. Jiva Goswami says that the level of one's Krishna consciousness can be ascertained by how much we chant our rounds, the japa. This is utmost important. Because I know some devotees, they like chanting in the kirtan, but they're sloppy in their japa. Rarely, maybe they're just touching their japa mala once in a while. But they love kirtan. That is good. But how can we be more effective? How can we spread Krishna consciousness in the pure state if we don't chant our rounds? Our kirtan will be reflected in how we perform the whole day in Krishna consciousness, especially when we chant the holy name of the Lord. And as Prabhupada says, that everyone should also follow the morning and evening program. If somehow you are able to come, morning program starts at Mangal Artik, that is the best. If not, at least come for Guru Puja. If not, come for Srimad Bhagavatam. If not, come for Prasadam. Either any of those. But the best is that for Grihastas also, you can have your own morning program at home. Not necessarily 4:30 in the morning. Say 5:30. Anything later than that is very difficult to chant your rounds as well. So we're very, very fortunate again that we're able to glorify today Aindra Prabhu, and every day we are glorifying Aindra Prabhu. In the kirtan department, when they chant in the temple room, Aindra Prabhu's photo is there. So Aindra is always present in Krishna Balaram Mandir. As long as Krishna Balaram Mandir is here, manifest, then Aindra Prabhu is always with us. Hare Krishna.
Marsh, thank you so much. We'd like to invite Yadavendra Prabhu. Would you be? Yadavendra Prabhu recently published the biography of Aindra Prabhu, played a key role in that. So we're happy to have him today. Doesn't often come to these programs. Thank you for being here. Likewise, likewise.
A couple of volunteers can go there and bring these two tables here for the offering. Just few volunteers, please. Mataji's, kindly move this side, please. Just 2 minutes.
Sorry. Hare Krishna. So, Akinchan Prabhu gave me the credit of publishing Aindra Prabhu's book, but the truth is that I did the least work. Akinchan Prabhu literally did spend so many months, which probably added up to years, to collect interviews from so many devotees so that the book could be made. And eventually Kalachandji Prabhu, who edited Aindra Prabhu's own book, The Heart of Transcendental Book Distribution, Kalachandji Prabhu was the one who wrote it. And I was just trying to make sure that the book was moving along. Out of interest, how many of you here have read the whole biography of Aindra Prabhu? If I can just see a show of hands, if you don't mind. So here's the interesting thing.
How many people have read the Heart of Transcendental book distribution? The whole thing? Even less. Here's my simple, humble request and encouragement. You've all come here because you want to associate with Aindra Prabhu, right? Isn't it? Every one of you is here because you want to hear about him. So one of the most powerful ways to hear about Aindra Prabhu is you can start with the biography if you feel that your English is not, you can say, of a very high level. But really, if you want to get into the heart of deeply who Aindra Prabhu was, then please, please, even if you need to take the help of a friend or a dictionary, please read the Heart of Transcendental book distribution. I just want to say that my father, he was one of the first people to read a book because, dare I say, before it was even public, one 24-hour kirtan member just of his own accord gave my father the book. And he read the book in like 2 days. And he said to me that this is the most inspirational book I've probably read in ISKCON since my early days, when he read Srila Prabhupada's books. So I really want to encourage all of you that you've come here to associate with Aindra Prabhu. Please leave here with this idea that I want to associate with Aindra Prabhu by reading his biography. I want to associate with Aindra Prabhu by reading, even deeper now, is his own book, The Heart of Transcendental book distribution. The last thing I'll say is that, you know, in Belgium, in Radhadesh, I just got a message that every day there's a group of 10 or 12 devotees that read Aindra Prabhu's biography, and they get so much inspiration from there because it's literally his life, that they finish the book and then they do kirtan straight afterwards for so many hours. I've had messages from so many devotees saying that this book has made me go through every emotion that I could imagine. Laughter, tears, seriousness, lightness in my heart. So please, 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 please read this book. And if you can, please help in spreading Aindra Prabhu's glories. By so many of us here are on social media because many of us are young, you know. So please put it, whatever you feel in your heart, even if it's one sentence, please put in your heart something that you felt after reading Aindra Prabhu's biography. Whatever you felt, one sentence, one paragraph, because that way Aindra Prabhu's glories will really, really spread. And if his glories spread, we know one thing, yeah, and I'm not just saying that, we know this, the glories of the holy name will spread. Hare Krishna. And I know everyone says this, but I want to say this, that whoever is doing 24-hour kirtan, thousands and thousands of obeisances to you. But please read Aindra Prabhu's book as well, because you're chanting because of inspiration. So please make sure at least the 24-hour kirtan members get together and read these two books at least. Hare Krishna.
Do you have them outside?
The books are outside for anyone who wants to purchase. I just want to say, it's important, thank you Maharaj for bringing this up. The books are being sold at cost price. We kept a very simple policy. It cost 296 rupees to print them. We're selling them for 300. Okay? Just to not put you through the inconvenience of selling it for 296. Okay? I was selling it for 300 and we've allowed bigger distributors to sell it maybe for 450 rupees, but our retail price is 300. It's completely non-profit. So the idea is to spread, so, you know, there you go. Hare Krishna.
How many of you have that book?
More.
Many. So how many of you don't read it? You have to read, like Bhagavad-Gita. You have Bhagavad-Gita, you should also read Bhagavad-Gita. So you have the book, you should also read the book. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Yadavendra Prabhu. Yeah, the biography is packed with Aindra's own direct preaching. That's one of the very important sources of information from that book, are Aindra's own words. It's a very nice compilation of so many of his instructions. For what it's worth, if anyone is interested in audiobooks, Aindra's own book is there as an audiobook on the 24-hour Kirtan Mandali SoundCloud page. We're working on an audiobook of the biography. We hope to have that available soon. We'd like to call up Bhagavad Purana Prabhu. And, you know, if I'm missing anybody, if there's someone that has some urge to speak, we would like to invite many devotees to speak today. So if you could make yourselves known to maybe Aranya Vihari, to myself, we'd like to try to include as many as possible.
Hare Krishna. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't prepare for the offering, but I have something on my phone that I can read from, and it's a very nice ceremony we're having here at the Bamboo House, Yagyashala here, and as they said, that there's no more Balaram Hall, but in the future, we're hoping in 2 or 3 years that the whole deconstruction scenario will be completed, and the new ISKCON Vrindavan campus will be an improvement on all things now and to be. So yeah, I got it on my phone here. Om Jnanatimidandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurumilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Satsvarupa Dasa Goswami Tinamine Satsvarupa Vidambanaminitam Sarabhushanam Bhakti Grantanam Naipunyam Bhakti Granta Shikshitam Nama Om Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Aindra Dasa Babaji Tinamine Namaste Sri Parandraya Nama Rasa Vinodineni Taijanava Sadvasa Sri Rasa Sanginai Nama Om Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Namine Namaste Sarasvate Devi Gaudavane Pracharine Nevashesha Shunyavadi Paschita Deshatarine. Oh yeah, just a note on the last pranam mantra from Srila Prabhupada. For those who are not Sanskrit buffs, the Namaste Sarasvate Devi. It's not Sarasvati, because if you say Sarasvati, that's referring to Lakshmi Devi. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarasvati. Right. So it's Sarasvati. Okay, enough of that. So remember, Namaste Sarasvati. So this is an Aindra Prabhu pastime that was printed in Srila Prabhupada's Back to Godhead magazine. I don't know the year, but anyhow, you could look it up. And I think it's told by Dinabandhu Prabhu. I think so. Here it is. How much time do I have? Okay. 108 minutes. Okay. Once upon a time, in the late 1990s, a 5-year-old devotee staying at the MVT in Vrindavan with her parents for the first time during Mangal Arti realizes that the reason we chant is to ask Krishna for service. But she doesn't have any service, so she goes back to the MVT garden and sees some pink lilies or flowers in one of the water tanks and innocently decides to pick one. But before she does, the chowkidar, the watchman, starts shouting at her. Just then, Dinabandhu Prabhu happened to be nearby chanting his rounds on his japamala, and he saw the commotion, so he went over and asked the little girl what she wanted to do with the lily that she was just about to pluck. The small girl replied that she wanted to offer it to the deities at the temple. Dinabandhu Prabhu then told her to wait right there while he and the watchman, or the chokidar, went off somewhere. Having cleverly distracted the chokidar in some way or other, Dinabandhu then secretly picked a lily from another tank in the MVT complex, and without anyone's knowledge, quickly hid the lily in his side bag and proceeded to where the small girl was waiting for him at the other water tank. This is on the MVT property. As he approached her, he gave her the lily and told her to knock on the pujari room door back at the temple and give it to the pujaris. After she arrived, she saw the sign on the door saying, "Pujaris only," and knocked and waited for some time, but no one answered. So she managed to push open the heavy door and went inside, but still there was no pujari in sight. So then she saw another door that was cracked open a little bit and decided to peek behind it. Despite the dimmer light behind this other door, she then proceeded slowly, step by step, until she saw one of the pujaris inside, and both of them locked eyes, or both of their eyes locked. This pujari was Aindra Prabhu ki. By that time, all the other pujaris who were there, busily performing the rituals, noticed that the child had come somehow or other onto the altar. Being this the sacred inner sanctum for the temple deities on the altar, they all hysterically started yelling at her and trying to get her out of the deity room. And so just at that moment, Aindra Prabhu, like Lord Nrsingadev, he roared out loud, "Stop!" He went over to the little girl, picked her up by the waist, and while she still had the lily in her hand, took her over to the front of the altar, climbed up right in front of the deity of Srimati Radharani, and instructed the little girl to gently place the lily in Srimati Radharani's hand to offer to Krishna. Jai. Sripad Aindra Baba ki.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Bhagavad Prabhu. We'd like to welcome His Grace Mukundadatta Prabhu and invite you to please come and speak to us. Yes? Oh, that would be great.
Guruve Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadavaktaya Namo Namaha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Nama Eva Kevalam Kaulau Nastyeva Nastyareva Tiranyatam. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Sa Guru Sa Pita Chapi Sa Matavanu Sisa Shiksha Chitta Sarasmatam. Hare Nama Eva Kevalam. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki. So we are very fortunate to be here in Vrindavan Dham on this Darishi Tithi, so which is in the Chaitra Mas, Krishna Paksha, just after the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, 12 days after. So Aindra Prabhu, he appeared on the Tithi according to Tithi, which is also the disappearance day of Govinda Ghosh, a great kirtaniya of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And we know also disappearance day of Aindra Prabhu is there, and Era Panchami also, the Vakresha Pandit's appearance day is there, another great kirtaniya. So when we speak about Aindra Prabhu, it is all about the holy names, the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. So Aindra Prabhu did a very important service of establishing the 24-hour kirtan in our Krishna Balaram Mandir. Of course, originally Srila Prabhupada, he established the 24-hour kirtan, Akhanda Kirtan, but due to not having sufficient devotees at that time, it was not kept for a long time. But then Aindra Prabhu, so he was inspired by Prabhupada, of course by Mahaprabhu and Krishna, to come to Braj in 1986 for Gopurnima festival, and then on Dashera, just before Ram Vijay Utsav, on Dashami Tithi, Ashwin Maas, Shukla Paksha, just before Kartik. So he established again the 24-hour kirtan. And he was doing that seva very wonderfully till the day he left his world practically, or so for 24 years he left in 2010. And so Prabhupada actually, so he wanted three things to be first class in Brindavan: deity worship, and one, the first and then second 24-hour kirtan, and then prasadam distribution. So by Prabhupada's mercy, actually everything is going on nicely. Deity worship, we have so many pujaris, so many new outfits, and we have 24-hour kirtan. And of course Aindra Prabhu also, when he started, it was a great struggle for him, because there were not so many devotees interested in doing that, and especially at that time it was not so easy also to stay here, very hot in the summer, and no facilities there in regards to, at that time there were no AC, hardly any air cooler, many times no electricity, winter cold, no heaters. But still Aindra Prabhu, he was completely fixed in establishing the 24-hour kirtan, and doing that till the end of his life. And by his endeavor, by his sincere prayers to the Lord, so he was successful. And we can see that because of his purity, and because of, so his doing his presence doing that for 24 years, but not only chanting the holy names, but then also enlivening the devotees, because of course chanting the holy names is a Yuga Dharma, but at the same time the bhav should be there. We chant the holy names, different people are chanting the holy names. So Mayavad is also sometimes chanting the holy name, wanting to become one. Some people may chant the holy names to get some benefit, some material benefit. Some, of course, others worshipping Sri Ram, they may chant the Maha Mantra with first Hare Ram and then Hare Krishna. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Kali Yuga Avatar, so he introduced the chanting of the holy names by first chanting the Maha Mantra with Hare Krishna. But then specifically Mahaprabhu came to give Braj Bhav. And even there, Onadojjala Ras, that is the Gopi Bhav, and we can see that Aindra Prabhu. So he was chanting the holy names with Bhav, not just uttering the names. As Bhaktivinoda Thakur one time was explaining. So if the bhav is not there, it's just like if you have a gun and you have the bullet. So nothing inside the bullet is an air gun, air bullet, and I mean, you can chase away the monkeys, but if you want to hit somebody, which sometimes there may be a need to protect, even here we have 1 or 2 gunmen in the temple, just in case some thieves are coming and other intruders may be there, and so sometimes there's a need. And then you need a real gun with some bullets which have something inside. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur was explaining, when we chant the holy names, the bhav will be there. So Aindra Prabhu had the bhav, Braj Bhav, and especially of course in the mood of Mahaprabhu, and Vipralamba Bhav, feeling separation, and then in the mood of Srimati Radharani towards her loving, with her loving sentiments towards Krishna. So because of this bhav, he was able to satisfy the deities, he was able to attract the devotees, and he was able to not only attract the devotees, but anyone coming to the temple. And as we know, from Delhi many people come, and especially then in the evening time when Aindra Prabhu was chanting, so from 5 to 6 or 5:30 or 6 to 7, just before the Artik, the beginning more hours, 2 hours, or later on 1 hour or half an hour, and all the devotees actually were just waiting for that time, and even visitors. It became quite well known amongst even visitors from Delhi that there's one Western devotee, but he's chanting the holy names very intensely and very enlivening and very attractive. So we should go there and see that. So he became quite famous amongst the devotees, and even amongst people from Delhi, just persons who were somewhat interested in God consciousness. But then you could see, and even now you can still see, and that is the effect of a pure devotee, is establishing something and then is inspiring the followers to do the same. And so the momentum is still there because of Aindra's impact for 24 hours, 24 years, 24 hours chanting the holy names in the temple, and so attracting, inspiring so many devotees to take up the chanting of the holy names, which is the Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So that is an important point that we have to understand, that we have to chant with some bhav, with some mood, with some sentiments. Priti Purvak, we should chant the holy names for the pleasure, of course, of Guru Garanga Krishna, Nama Yagya Mahayagya, Kali Kalmashanashanam, Krishna, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prithyatam Nama Yagya Samarpanam. So we should do this Nama Yagya, the chanting of the holy names for the pleasure of Guru Garanga Krishna. And then it will be effective, it will purify our heart, and it will help others also to become attracted to this chanting of the holy names. So Patita Pavana Nama Nistarayana Radhamaha Radha Krishna Sarupaya Chaitanyaya Namo Namaha. So again, taking shelter of Mahaprabhu, Kali Yuga Avatar, and by his mercy we may be able to chant nicely with some bhav. And so the Maha Mantra is no different from Radha and Krishna. So Krishna now, just like Mahaprabhu, Patita Pavana Hetu Tava Avatar, he has come to deliver the fallen conditioned souls by chanting the holy names. So we may be delivered. So Krishna, Krishna Nam, they're no different. And Maha Mantra Hare Krishna refers to Radha Krishna. So Aindra Prabhu, so he was chanting the holy names, and he was giving this bhav, the proper bhav. He was giving Krishna consciousness to devotees, as we know. In his room, so the devotees, they were there many times asking questions, and then he was giving answers for a question, well, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, but whatever, even ordinary topics may be there, but ultimately he was always speaking about Radha and Krishna, because ultimately that is the goal. Of course, also he was speaking about Mahaprabhu, how merciful is Mahaprabhu, and the pastimes are there of Mahaprabhu in the spiritual realm, and that we have to hear also. So, because the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, the goal is to enter Gaur Lila and Krishna Lila. So therefore we have to hear about Gaur Lila, we have to hear about Krishna Lila. So in this way, Aindra Prabhu, he was a leader, a spiritual leader, chanting the holy names. By practical example, that is a leader, he is not just speaking, but by his own example, he is teaching others, he is instructing others, he is inspiring others. And so many, of course, things are there in regards to Aindra Prabhu to say. And so Nam Ruchi has to be there. For we should try to see that we can get the taste for the holy names. For this, and that also he was showing, we have to try to become detached from this material world. Gyan, we have to get knowledge, and then Vairagya has to be there. Some renunciation has to be there, or to become free from asakti to this material world, attachment to this material world. Then we can become attached to Krishna. So that he was also showing by his own example. He was extremely austere. I mean, I never saw anyone so austere as Aindra Prabhu in the whole movement. Like performing Chaturmas every year. And especially in the beginning, so he was extremely austere doing Chaturmas also. When I first met him, that was in New York, 1984, 85, 86. And he was doing the special Chaturmas Vrat, which I only saw him do that, nobody else in ISKCON. And some other Gaudiya Vaishnavas they may be doing, but he's the only one in ISKCON I know who was doing this Chaturmas Vrat in a most austere way. So, of course, it's not possible or we should not try to imitate a great personality like Aindra Prabhu or the six Goswamis. It's not possible. But we should understand the principle that we have to do some austerity. We have to become somewhat detached from this material world, and then we can become attached to Krishna. Then we can get the taste for Krishna when we become attached to Krishna. So we should take this from the life of Aindra Prabhu. We chant holy names, but the proper bhav should be there. We acquire knowledge, and then we should practice some renunciation. So therefore we should follow Chaturmas also, and as Prabhupada gave the minimum, no spinach, no dahi, no milk, and no urad dal, at least. Of course, Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada, he expected his followers to follow a little more, and also Sanatana Goswami had mentioned in Hari Bhakti Vilas, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself, he was following Chaturmas, I mean strictly. So when he was in America, he was only eating khichdi once a day, that's all. And he was doing Chandrayan Vrat. Full plate on full moon day, and then decreasing a little bit day by day. And on the full moon, on the Amavasya Tithi, new moon, he was maybe the amount of was reduced to half. That's one thing. The other thing is he was putting his hands behind the back, and he was going down eating from the floor. And the rule is, if you go up, you cannot continue eating. If somebody's calling, hey Prabhuji, Aindra Prabhu, and he was looking up, okay, that's it, I cannot eat more. I mean, that is, so anyhow, the point is, yes, we should not try to follow that, but we should try to do some tapasya during Chaturmas. So that is actually required. And another important point is that, so as we know, Guru Padashray, the 64 limbs of devotional service are there. First of all, Guru Padashray, taking shelter of the spiritual master. And Aindra Prabhu, he was completely dedicated to Srila Prabhupada. And as we know, he only saw Prabhupada one time when he had come where we were staying. I can't remember where he was. Washington? Baltimore. Yes. Yeah. In Potomac? Potomac. So he was there, and Prabhupada just arrived there, and then Aindra Prabhu thought, let's do kirtan, and he was taking the mridanga and playing the mridanga, and then Prabhupada saw him and looked at him and said, Jai, victory, and he thought, yes, that's it, Harinam Sankirtan, that should be the mission of my life. So he saw him a few times, maybe, but one time some exchange was there. One time exchange, but of course, obviously seeing him a few times, but exchange was one time. And just Jai, Prabhupada said Jai, and he took that, and yes, Harinam Sankirtan, victory to Param Vijayate, Sri Krishna Sankirtanam, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And yes, so he had so much faith in Prabhupada and was completely dedicated for him, towards him. So that is required, taking shelter of the spiritual master, Guru Nishta, completely firm faith in the Guru, and then following the instructions of the spiritual master, and then specifically also Panch Mahatapurnang. So Sadhu Sangha, in the association of the devotees, we should perform the devotional service. And then Priti Purvak Murti Seva, worshipping the deities, that is important also. And Aindra Prabhu, he always had deities. From the beginning, almost from the beginning of his life, and devotional life, till the end, as we know, 2,223 Shilas, or how many? 2,200? It's always a mystery. It's a mystery. They count, but they cannot even, but it's difficult to count. They tried 2,223, and the next day 2,224, something like that. It's a mystery. Okay, yeah, so spirit life is a mystery. But anyway, 2,200 something Shilas are there. And we know, of course, small Gonitai deities when he was in America. I met him there also in 84, 85. Until 86 when he came to India. So he was taking, he got one truck and he turned it into a temple opening from the side. And then going to the busy streets of New York, 55th Avenue, where many people are there, and then he didn't have so many devotees, but 1, 2, sometimes 3 devotees, sometimes 4. And I was their pujari, but I was doing bhakta training also, bhakta leader. So I used to take the new bhaktas and we would join him sometimes for a few hours, chanting the holy names. So there he had the deities with him. He made an altar inside the truck. And he was chanting the holy names and his deities were there. Gonitai and Prabhupada Bhaktisiddhanta. So these were his first deities. And then later on, of course, more and more deities came, as we can see now. Now by Krishna's own arrangement. Now everyone can take darshan every day, 5:30 till 6:30. Yeah, not only the Prabhujis, even the Matajis. I'm sure all the Matajis are happy now. Yeah, now every day you can take darshan of the deities, 3 minutes or 4 minutes or 5 minutes. But better than nothing, right? Before there was nothing. Now you can have 5 minutes darshan. So don't complain, only 5 minutes. Be happy now, you can take every day 5 minutes darshan. And and now yes, his original deities are still there in the center. And then we have the Ashtasakis also. Because that is the goal, to join Radhesham and the Ashtasakis in Radharani's group. Yeah, so, and yeah, one bigger deity of Radharani is there, and then Janavama is there. Ananga Manjari also? Ananga, no? Not the deity. The Shila is there, yeah. Yeah. So that is also, yeah, and then of course 2000 Chila, and each Chila is Krishna. Of course, according to the markings, you may say Vishnu or Gaurabhadaksha Vishnu and so on, but he was always telling each Chila is Krishna. Shama Sundar, Shama Sundar, Shama Sundar, Shama Sundar, Shama Sundar. So much desire to serve Krishna, not just only one time, but just 2000 times, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. So deity worship is always is extremely important also, so that he also showed by his example. And then, yeah, even in the beginning, because we know usually we are, of course, we are sadhakas, we are worshipping the deities, we are taking shelter of Mahaprabhu, but then we know mostly we are known as Rupanuga Vaishnavas, following Rupa Goswami. Or Raghunath Das Goswami, have to finish, yeah, okay, just one more minute. But then I was thinking also one time, what is so much speaking about Ananga Manjari, but it's not really in our line. Ananga Manjari. And many are wondering, huh? Yeah, I'm just going to say that, don't worry. And then one time then I read one book by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Navadvip Dham Matmya, and there is explaining about Bhaktivinoda Thakur, that is actually taking shelter in his Swarup as Kamala Manjari, is taking shelter of Ananga Manjari, who is there also with Rupa Manjari, and then under Lalita Devi, so everything is fine. So, anyhow, so much more to say, but my time is up, because all the devotees are there, and the program has to continue, and so many other devotees are there, they have their wonderful experiences. Madhuram Madhirebhyopi Mangalebhyopi Mangalam Pavanam Pavanebhyopi Hare Nama Eva Kevalam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare Hare. So deity worship is important, sadhu sangha is important, dham vas is also important, and that he was showing also his nishtha towards Vrindavan Dham. Sometimes I was going out and he was saying, why are you going out? I said, well, some preaching sometimes. Just by being here we can preach. So pure devotees, just like Uddhav is saying, Vandananda Vrajastinam Padarenu Vavikshna Shayasam Hari Katodikitam Punati Bhuvanatrayam. Glorifying the gopis, Uddhav, best friend of Krishna, also great devotee of the Lord, Prime Minister of Krishna in Dwarka. So he's saying, I offer my respect to the gopis of Braj. And by their chanting, actually they're purifying the three worlds. So pure devotee is here, is chanting the holy names, he's preaching, and he's purifying the three worlds. So that was his mood. At the same time, somebody has to go out too. So sometimes we had some transcendental argument in this regard. Yeah, so Aindra Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Sisi Gaunitai ki, Sisi Krishna Balaram ki, Sisi Radha Shama Sundar ki, Radhika Keshav Roy ki, Samaveda Bhakti Vrinda ki, Go Premanande Hari Hari Bol, Jai Jai Sisi Radhe Sham. Hare Krishna.
Jai, thank you so much, Mukunda Datta Prabhu. He's been such a great help and support to our department in so many ways. This new room for Aindra Prabhu, practically it is Mukunda Dutt Prabhu's charity to our department. We're so grateful to him for that. It's given us the ability to offer the public darshans and so on. He's helped us so much with deity worship, maintaining Aindra Prabhu's deities. He helped us so much with samadhi like that. Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you for speaking. Actually, there's many devotees still to call, and if it's all right, I have a couple of recordings. I'll play one now. Brindavan Prabhu. Vrindavan Prabhu, who was Aindra's Mridanga player, maybe the last 7 years, like that. I haven't listened to it. He just sent me a voice note, and I'm very grateful to him for that, so let's hear what he has to say.
I have the great fortune of serving alongside Aindra Prabhu ki. I have the great fortune of serving alongside Aindra Prabhu for about 10 years, and it was just out of this world. There was nothing like it. Such a great personality. I thought I would read something from the first chapter of his book, where he talks a little bit about Nam Sankirtan. He says, in Kali Yuga, we may consider ourselves theistically enriched to the extent that we actually help to promote the cause of congregational kirtan of Krishna's holy name. Indeed, the degree of support we offer to the propagation of Nam Sankirtan is irrefutably the sole measure of our unflinching trust in the personality of Godhead and his precepts descending via the Acharya Parampara. Conversely, we may be considered as atheistical to the extent that we, perfidiously thinking that all wants cannot be fulfilled by congregational chanting and dancing, minimize or obstruct in various ways the propagation of Shuddhanam Sankirtan. We would do well to remember that in this age, both the godly and the demoniac dwell in the same body, to the extent of the latter proportionate to the measure of anarthas yet to be eradicated. The trend toward one or the other temperament ultimately reflects an individual's purity of purpose. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur wrote something very similar. One time in 2008, I believe it was 2008, 2007 or 2008, but I'm pretty sure it was probably 2008. Sometime in the morning, I was just near the Samadhi, Srila Prabhupada Samadhi. And Aindra Prabhu came back from somewhere. He had a big smile on his face. And we saw each other and we started talking. I asked him what was up, and he was carrying this bag. He was in quite a jolly mood. He was carrying this bag that was a pretty big bag. It had like a zipper. And he started telling me about how he caught the rat that was in his room. He had this rat that was causing quite a ruckus. It ate the tulsi plant that he had in his room. And so finally he was able to trap it in one of those rat trap cages. So he put that rat trap with the rat in it, inside this bag, zipped it up, and then he went down and caught a rickshaw to go towards the Yamuna. He wanted to release the rat somewhere far away because otherwise it may find its way back. So he jumped on the rickshaw, went down there, and he was telling me this whole story, how like on the way, he was saying on the way to the Yamuna, he felt the rat like jumping around, making noise. And then at a certain point, there was nothing. It stopped moving. So when he got down to release the rat, he opened up the bag. And he saw that there was no rat inside the cage anymore. It just totally disappeared. There's no way that it could have escaped the bag either. He was showing me the bag like, look, there's no hole or anything. It was all zipped up. There's no way that it could have gotten out. So that was pretty far out, very mystical. And he told me that he was thinking that it was probably a great personality that came to check him out or something in the form of a rat. Aindra Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Itai Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bol.
We'd like to call Govinda Mataji, if she's here. I saw her before. Ah, yes. Yes, and then Rasesh Gaur Prabhu. Something? Okay, time is becoming a little short, so if we could just again humbly ask the speakers.
Since the time is short, it's happened to say in my time, so I'll try to speak just the most essential thing. So first of all, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Charine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pachitya Adhishtari. I want to acknowledge is the most important aspect for my understanding of Aindra Prabhu is his dedication to follow the instruction of his spiritual master. As we heard from Mukunda Prabhu, that he had just one moment of interaction with Srila Prabhupada. It reminds me also about the story in Russia, how it's happened, that Srila Prabhupada saw Ananta Shanti, Anatoly, just for a few days. I think it was barely 3 days. But that time was enough for Srila Prabhupada to set up the fire in the whole country. At that time was Soviet Union with its 15th Republic who joined together. So that was enough. And it shows the power of the instruction of the spiritual master. But it shows the dedication of disciple to follow that instruction. So Ananta Shanti in that place, and Aindra Prabhu, when he came to Vrindavan, he saw necessity of organizing kirtan party, 24 our kirtan party. And in beginning it was just the party of Aindra Prabhu, who had the ankle bangles on his feet to accompany here, and something here and something here. So, but I didn't see from 85, but I saw from 89 that there was few boys slowly joining him, and we had beautiful records. Everyone know that those 2 records in 90, I think in 90s it was made. And I was very upset and frustrated. I thought, how is going to continue this 24-hour kirtan after his disappearance? I was just devastated when it happened. But as we see, it's continuing in a very great manner that I think Aindra Prabhu, wherever he is, he's still following instruction of a spiritual master. So it's a great lesson for me personally and maybe for all of us. And another aspect of relationship Aindra Prabhu with Srila Prabhupada for me was that when he was a pujari and he was dressed in Radha Shama Sundar, it was always an unexpected festival. We never knew what to expect when the curtain will be open, especially in the beginning. But there was, of course, certain also controversy, I think Mukunda Brahma may mention about. I mean, at least many times it was mentioned, but he continued with his service. Mostly after it was Saturday and Sunday, he was coming to dress the deity, and he was coming to do kirtan in that particular day, because later on he was not doing whole day long alone, because he had so many wonderful boys who joined him. And every time I saw Radha Shama Sundar, I always thought, this is Radha Shama Sundar that the way Srila Prabhupada inspired Aindra Prabhu as his spiritual master to manifest them. This is how they, most probably look in reality, and it was always a wonderful darshan, and he used to use the colors in very unexpected way. It was combination, always like unusual combination of colors, and the jewelry, the way he used the jewelry. So for me, his pujari service was the most related, because he asked me to make the garland in particular way and to make the flower dresses in particular way. And as a person, he was very much attentive to also our needs in different ways. And it was, of course, approaching him that meant like sometime, expecting to spend 1 hour or more listening to him, and how he explained the necessity of certain things he was requiring from us. So that was always wonderful experience to associate with him. And I miss his association in many ways, but I also feel that he still continue his service, and he still continue to inspire all of us. We all have opportunity to serve his deities, like they make the girls, wonderful girls, they make the garlands every day for Nitai Sachisuta and his shalagrams, and we assist them in getting flowers, satisfying Nitai Sutta in the best way we can. So I'm very grateful to Aindra Prabhu for his association and inspiration for my spiritual life, and I still beg for his mercy that he will still inspire me and guide me in his way, the way he used to. And he's still, I hope, doing to inspiring me and all the girls, everyone who's serving his deity and who is dedicated to his kirtan. All glories to Aindra Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
I would especially thank Govinda Mataji and the team of Matajis who are daily making garland for Nitai Shashisuta and all the shaligrams. We are very, very grateful, Mataji. Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna.
I'd like to call Ananta Krishna Prabhu. He was enthusiastically playing the mridanga in the video that we watched. Wow, great to see you, Prabhu. Welcome, Hare Krishna. there's many devotees I'm hoping we can get to. Tapamoya, Brajikeshav, Mahabhagavat, Mahajwala Prabhu, Rasech Gaur, who said no, and others. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. There are a few memories that I would like to share, some experiences that I fortunately got to spend some time with Aindra Prabhu. I don't know how it happened. It still seems like a dream. Anyway, I should get to it. So, Aindra Prabhu, even after being the director of the Kirtan party, he used to serve all the devotees in the ashram by cleaning their toilets and making beds for them. And I got a chance to help him with these services, and during those services we had some talks. I would like to share a couple of them with you. Once Aindra Prabhu was teaching me how to paint those bed bunks, and while I was painting it, I was not doing a very good job, and he started showing me how it is properly done, because I was just doing it and just somehow or other getting over with it. So he said that in India there is a tendency to just somehow or other get it done, and it just looks like it is done, but it is not done properly. I said there is a term in Hindi, a proper term that we Indians use for it. It's called jugaad. So he asked me, what is it? I said jugaad. So he asked me, how is it spelled? I said Jugaad. He said, oh, jugaad. What does that mean? I said, exactly what you just said and described. That is jugaad. Doing something and just getting over with it without doing it properly. So next day, an electrician came to the room. I don't remember the number of the room, but this is Aindra Prabhu's room, and on the right hand side, it's called Russian room. बोलते थे शायद उसको कौन सा? No. So this electrician was fixing the air conditioner in the window, and the duct where the wind comes from, its duct was broken. So he was trying to. He brought that duct with him, but it was a little bigger in size. So Aindra said, no, this is not the right size. He said, no, don't worry, I cut it and jugaad it. And Aindra, he laughed so loudly that only yesterday I learned this term, jugaad. And then he said, I've only learned one thing in India, it's jugaad. And while doing these same services, he was cleaning the toilets one day, and some devotees were talking to him and, cracking some jokes and everything. And it was around, I think, Holi festival, and Bhangi Holi was somewhere close by. So Aindra Prabhu very loudly shouted in a funny tone that you become the sannyasis, swamis, temple presidents and GBCs. I will be the Bhangi Guru. That was his mood of service. And just one second. So there was this one devotee had given a lot of Shaligram Shilas to Aindra Prabhu because he was not able to take care of them. And once these Shaligrams were handed over to him, he was already very tired doing all these services. We were painting and everything, and I asked him, why didn't you just refuse? Why did you take so much burden? You already have so many Shaligrams to take care of. He said, yes, it is burden. It is painful, but this is burden of love. How can I refuse? I cannot say no to Krishna. He is himself coming to me. So, I will share a couple of more. Yeah. So, once he was very gravely instructing us on what is the mood of doing kirtans and playing mridanga in the kirtan. And he said that a vulture flies on the very top, but he looks down upon the flesh in the filthiest of places. So when we do kirtans, we are in the highest realm of spirituality, but at times we do it for ulterior motives, to impress others, to impress the opposite sex. And this is just like a vulture looking down upon the flesh. So devotees should be very careful. They should do it to please Krishna and not to impress the others. There is a lot to say, but I'll conclude with a funny memory, a funny incident. Vrindavan had installed his Gaunitai deities at his place in Chaitanya Vihar. So I was in the rickshaw with Aindra Prabhu, and Bibi Govinda Maharaj was coming back with his entourage from Dhruva's house after some kirtan. So here our rickshaws are going and the whole entourage is coming from that side. And some devotee was carrying the saxophone, and jokingly enough, Aindra Prabhu said, Maharaj, get rid of the sax desire. So Bibi Govind Maharaj responded, don't say it too loud. This is the only kind of sax a sannyasi is allowed in ISKCON. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. I know this Ananta Krishna is an ocean of great stories. It's a shame we can't hear more and more. Mahaj Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Vancha kalpatruvascha kripa sindhuyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Yes, I will keep it short, no? Keep it short. I was just telling, we should have actually, thanks for organizing this, whoever organizing this all. I want to contribute as well as much as possible. But we should have the whole day, actually. Not this just limited time, we should have a whole day and evening, speaking about why should we have a time limits for such important things, So that's something. And that was actually the mood of Aindra Prabhu, isn't it? And actually my first contact was by the letter of my father, who was here in 1994. January he came with my mother here in Brindavan. We joined together But I was in Croatia, and they came here. He had an excuse. He made an excuse like he was going 50 years old, so he take it as an excuse to go to Braj, to Vrindavan, and he didn't left after that. And after some time, he sent me a letter. I was in the temple. He sent me the letter. All of a sudden, a letter came. You know, there were no mobile phones at that time, and the letter was an invitation for 24-hour kirtan. It was 1996 something, and I read it. Wow. This was like such a beautiful surprise. But I wrote to my spiritual master. It was at that time Harikesh Maharaj, and I got the reply. He said, "Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice. Anybody can do that, but you are engaged here in important preaching mission, and you can consider doing that later." But that was very tasty. First contact. That was my first contact. But then it happened later. I came to Brindavan Dham by Krishna's mercy, and I'm aware of the time factor, unfortunately. So I want to squeeze what I want to say. Yeah. Although it shouldn't be squeezed, it should be actually extended by squeezing. We should extend, not squeeze, you know. But anyway, for now, that was. I just wanted to highlight how Mukunda Datta Prabhu and others spoke about amazing austerities that Aindra Prabhu done. You know. But this book of Aindra Prabhu, you know, as soon as you start reading, there's the fire coming out of the book, you know. It's just a burning book and lights the fire within you. And the idea of tapasya, you know, of great personalities is not they're doing tapasya because, you know, they have a burning fire inside, and this is why they're doing tapasya. They have a strong desire inside, you know, inner aspirations, and that's why they're doing tapasya. And how you can recognize that? Because they will not be, you know, when somebody is doing a lot of tapasya, he usually becomes easily angry and not sensitive towards others, isn't it? It's very rare combination that you have such a amazingly austere personality, and at the same time, somebody told me that Mars, I don't know, the astrology of Indra Prabhu. I said, you don't need astrology, it's so obvious. You don't need astrology, and the fire, big fire of strong desire to please Guru and Krishna. And so, in the same time, he had such amazing, caring, soft heart. And this is something which I wanted to highlight, just, you know, how soft heart, he was so caring. I had one of my friends who came to Brindavan at some time, and he had a hard time. He told me his mind took him completely, and he didn't want to see the deities, he didn't want anything to do with Vrindavan, he just wanted to leave. And somebody told him, why don't you want to come to Aindra's Prabhu's room? He said, "What? Okay, let's go." And he went to Aindra Prabhu's room, and Aindra Prabhu took a good time, and, you know, inviting him every day to come to his room. And he got such a jewels, precious jewels. You know, he wanted to leave Vrindavan. He was so frustrated with everything, but then, with association with Aindra Prabhu, he got so much riches inside, you know, blessings. So this is something which I'm was always impressed with Aindra Prabhu. He was so personal. And imagine having so many shilas and so much sadhana, you know. Usually say, "Oh, I don't have time, I have to chant," you know. But interestingly, these people who are so busy with either whatever, which are really, really busy, they will have time. They will have time for you. And he was so responsible and so busy. Oh, I cannot imagine doing such sadhana. And at the same time, so personal. So personal and caring. And he get time, for anybody. He just get time. Krishna's some mystic power, manifesting through him. So once I was also, in 1 year I was here and I was injured, and I went to Aindra Prabhu's room, and I asked him, it was Purushottama Mass, it was my first Purushottama Mass. I didn't know before that this month existed at all, we didn't know it before it started. But it was a great opportunity to increase service. So he was he will always take care to engage you and connect you, and he will always, like Mukundata Prabhu said, if you go far for preaching, he would. Okay, the second point, but this first point. I asked him, can I do something for you? He said, well, you can bring Tulsi garland for my Shilas if you want. And for the Purushottama Mass. So whole Purushottama Mass I was bringing every day Tulsi garland for, it was 2007 I think so. Shilas for the Shaligrams. So that was so, this is such a little care from somebody from such a soul, can enrich your life forever. And the second point about preaching, what a preacher Aindra Prabhu was. Staying in one place. He was just staying in one place. And all of us who are doing book distribution or Harina or whatever we're doing in our places, whoever it is, we could hear the Aindra Prabhu's kirtans on our tapes, tape recorders at that time. So we're so much connected to him. And that same year, I think 2007, I don't know. But anyway, I was leaving Vrindavan. My time is off, and somehow I met Aindra Prabhu all of a sudden, just soon before leaving, and I told him I'm leaving, and he said, "Why? Why are you leaving?" I said, "Well, I go to preach," and he said, "Well, preach here. Preach here." So this was the nishta of thing, and later it happened actually that by his mercy and some other devotees' mercy, I'm coming every year here for at least 4 or 5 months. So that's also mercy of Aindra Prabhu. Okay, that's it. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much. We'd like to call another devotee. Please speak. Will you come? Vidya Mataji? Virya, excuse me. Should have said something beforehand. I appreciated Mahajwala's point. I always feel so bad in these programs. It's difficult to get to everybody. We have to control the time. It'd be nice, I don't know, maybe we can expand this festival somehow. Evening session. Okay, we'll have to speak about this. 3 days. 3 days. I was thinking like that exactly. Vishaka Mataji, are you here? Will you speak something? Please.
I actually think that a lot of more ladies have to speak, and Virya and others have to, always be eager to speak. They have so much to say. We all have a lot to say. Like Krishna, everyone saw Krishna in a different angles. All of us, even ladies, younger generation, saw Aindra Prabhu And so many of us got so much. So I'm just encouraging all of you for the next time, okay? So, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimati Aindra Prabhu Iti Namine. Well, I can only say one thing, that we had a very interesting story of the moving of the rooms. Only us know the story. It will stay our secret. It was the brothers and sisters sharing what the father left. And we all got a lot of mercy. And I think we even became more closer in that encounter. And for me, this is the first time on the Vyasa Puja since 2010 I could go now and chant and talk and congratulate Aindra Prabhu. Thanks to all of you for making it happen. Thank you, because for us ladies, you know, he means too much, especially for those who were here. We are very attached to him as to a father. A very, very special father figure for the ladies. And maybe I said that previously, but I'll say it now, how protective he was of us ladies in his kirtan party, and how he was encouraging them to be chaste, to be faithful, to have a very good manners, and to act as a gopis, not to pretend to be gopis, to call for Krishna, to dress for Krishna, and even some would have their difficulties in their behavior. He would be very nicely encouraging them, and especially those who were coming from the West and they were having difficulties to I would say adjust to Vrindavan lifestyle and to the rules and regulations of Vrindavan lifestyle. He would try, I could say, he would really try to encourage them, all the boys and the girls. He was very, very encouraging. I remember there was one boy, I think he was a child of Prabhupada disciples, and he was having difficulties. And Aindra Prabhu would always make sure that he would call him, I don't know, personally or through someone, to be there at the kirtan party. And then every time we would have a kirtan, I would arrange the kirtans for Jayapataka Maharaj's recovery. That boy would be sitting there. I remember his curly hair. He would always look very rough. Maybe he was from Romania or he was from Eastern Europe. Yeah, you remember him? Yeah, but he would always gloomy. He would always walk. He was always not in a good mood. And the only time we would see him, he was glowing. It was during Aindra Prabhu's kirtans. And I think after Aindra Prabhu left, he even left Vrindavan. So many of us, I'm sure, you know, a lot of our younger generations, we have certain attachment to Aindra Prabhu, and I will explain to you, it just came up to me now, because he himself was a youth, from youth until the time he left, showing that devotional life is a constant struggle. It's a normal struggle. He was showing his struggle with his, with how he was establishing Harinam Sankirtana, how he was serving the lordships, and why he was showing to all those youth, boys and girls, that it's okay, I understand your pain, because he sees how not easy for us actually right now to be developing Krishna consciousness. If there were a distraction back in the 60s when he was a hippie and all of his godbrothers were hippies, they were Prabhupada. There was Prabhupada and they could trust him. Nowadays, Shruti Kirti Prabhu said, why did they get attracted to Prabhupada? Because back then, all the hippies were saying, you don't trust anyone above 30. Because their parents were so materialistic, you know, the 50s, the 40s, everything was about education, money, career, and all those boys and girls didn't want to be that. I didn't want to be that, even though my parents raised me in the Krishna consciousness. When I heard that I have to be super educated and climb the ladder, I couldn't take it. So I just left at the age 19, you know, my service, my parents in Moscow temple, and run here. And I saw his struggle, and then I realized, oh, it's a real thing. Even though you're a Prabhupada disciple, you went through so much, you still struggle, and you show me that struggling for Krishna, it's okay. So I encourage you all. I see so many young faces, and us who were with him, we will struggle till the end. However struggle the end would be, and he showed us the end, you just take a shelter of Gaurnita and Prabhupada. So please struggle for Krishna, don't give up. And whenever you struggle very much, I encourage you to put some of very, very sad Aindra Prabhu's kirtans, which were from the old album, with the violin, with very, very slow ragas, and cry with him. Yes, Vipralamba. Yes, and kirtan is our bhajan. So we just chant, cry, and tell Krishna how much we struggle. All glories to Aindra Prabhu.
Thank you so much. I'm like crying. There's so many good people that are left to speak. I have a nice message from Amal Harinam Prabhu. He, very well-known person, very beautiful devotee. Aindra loved him very much. He got a lot of mercy from Aindra, and he's blossomed into a very empowered, beautiful kirtan leader in his own right. He was kind enough to send us a message.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees in Sri Vrindavan Dham, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Sripad Aindra Prabhu, all glories to Sri Sri Nitai Sachi Sutta, all glories to Radhe Shyam. Thank you for this small opportunity to say a few words about Aindra Prabhu. Akinchana just messaged me. It's about almost midnight here in Florida, and I was going to go to bed, but I'm very happy to be able to say how much I appreciate Aindra Prabhu's contribution in my life, as well as the lives of so many of my wonderful friends and well-wishers and the devotees all around the world, really. We all know what an impact he has made, even if there are those who still are not aware. We understand so much of his grassroots revolutionary mood that is spreading all over the world, even if it is underground and not known by everyone. There's not a day that goes by where I don't think about him and the way he has changed my life forever. And I think about every day what he would want me to be doing with my life. And so every day is trying to move a little bit closer to those desires that he would want me to have as well, which is developing and growing my personal relationship with Krishna and learning to love him. So Aindra Prabhu set the perfect example of how to love Krishna, how to love Radha and Krishna, and the process by which we can attain that. He used to say, Krishna consciousness is simple. It's a simple formula, actually. And so, obviously, the intricacies of a mood that we chant can go very deep, and must become very deep, actually, But the process in of itself of attaining that is very simple. It's to get together and chant for the benefit of each other, for the pleasure of Krishna, first and foremost. And by him being pleased, we know everyone else is also pleased. So, I love you very much, Aindra Prabhu. Thank you for everything you have given me. Happy birthday. Radhe Shyam.
I saw Kalindi. Kalindi, would you be willing to speak something? Did she just leave? Oh, it's a shame. You know, it's true, I did a lot of interviews for the book. Kalindi has phenomenal stories, some of my favorite. Yes, please, Prabhu, please come.
Madhav Gopal Prabhu from Govardhan Eco Village, Maharashtra.
So, Dandavat to all Vaishnavis and Vaishnavas. Om Adnyanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuranmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur in Vrindavan Mahimamrit, he says how to stay in Vrindavan in one verse. He says three things. First, engage in Shravan and Kirtan. Second, he says serve Brajvasis. And third, he says remain incognito. That means stay at the backstage or do your thing without coming to spotlight. I can't remember that verse now. So when I think of Sripad Aindra Prabhu, I think he is the personification of this verse, where like he was completely engrossed into Kirtan. Not only that, by seeing him, others would chant Hare Krishna. So Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tells the Kulin Gramvasis that the Uttam Adhikari is the one. Just by seeing him, he starts chanting. Personally speaking, I received a lot of encouragement and inspiration from him, especially while chanting. One of his, you can say, devotional techniques, or let's say the devotional standpoint is, what is Radharani to me while I am chanting? Who is Radharani to me? Who is Krishna to me while chanting? So in that mood, I think Mukundat Prabhu also, when he came to GV, he was talking about the same thing, the Sambandha Gyan. All of us know what that Sambandha Gyan is. Tavai vasmi na jivami tvaya vina iti vidnyaya devitvam nayamam charanantikam. So when I read his book, I just came to, I felt like Aindra Prabhu is trying to encourage me that get there fast, like, or in his own words, he would say that how gradual the gradual should be before it could be called as gradual. So I felt a kind of sense of urgency in all of his classes, in all of his short speeches. Jai Shri Radha Keshav Rai Ki Jai, Shri Giriraj Maharaj Ki Jai, Shri Gaur Nitai Ki Jai, Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So the urgency in which he is writing, the books opens with the experience burns brighter than imagination. If those who have read the book, they can testify that that we need to come to the stage where we actually start experiencing what the acharyas are trying to give us, and that requires certain amount of preparation. And Aindra Prabhu in all his classes with urgency he would make this point. And I would conclude with the last cover page of the book, Heart of Transcendental Book Distribution, where he writes, chant Hare Krishna from the heart, in reading between the lines, and be happy. And then he writes the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, where Hare is in golden, Krishna is in blue, again Hare is in golden, and Rama is in blue. So even while reading the Mahamantra, Aindra Prabhu would see Radha and Krishna. So that was really, I beg his blessings and blessings of all of you, so that I can continue in my small little way. Jai Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Padmavati Mataji, is she here? Oh, great. Yes, please, if you could come forward. Nice.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
So who else? I'm not a member in here. Oh.
Hare Krishna. Om Ganatimirandasya Gananvirasvakaya Chakshuran Nitamya Tasmachi Guravanama. I didn't expect to speak, but Krishna Prabhu called me. Just, I was telling before, just those who live in long time in Vrindavan, we had many association with Aindra Prabhu, because every day we can see him, how he's going for kirtan, and we were sitting on the kirtan, and then Aindra Prabhu was dressing the Radhashyam deities, also I'm doing seva in deity department, and I had almost every day to meet him, also in Pujari room or somewhere for deities seva, and also Aindra Prabhu kirtan that time. We was trying to not to miss his kirtan evening time, and I just missing so much the time when Aindra Prabhu was singing, and after the kirtan, so many devotees was around him and asking some questions. He always was preaching, and I always was eager to listen what he's preaching to the people. You know, so many devotees. When I was finishing the kirtan, he was coming outside, and so many people surround him and asking some question, and was listening him, and it was taking like 2-3 hours, Aindra Prabhu, to go from the temple to the Brahmachari ashram. You know, this left side, the way to Brahmachari ashram, but he couldn't go. Even every day I was coming even for this event. When Aindra Prabhu was finishing the kirtan, I was coming to listen how he's preaching. And the devotees and people was given so many questions. He was preaching, and I just was standing behind and listening. And then I was going, and after 1 hour I was coming. The Aindra Prabhu just moving for 2-3 meters forward, and again preaching, and then again I come in for last darshan like 8:30. It's like after 2-3 hours, and Aindra Prabhu standing on the steps to Brahmachari ashram and preaching. And it was so wonderful. I just missing so much these moments, how he was preaching, and also he was dressing Radheshyam deities, and that time I was making this bouquet, with flowers. And Aindra Prabhu was asking us every day all time when we was dressing, he was asking for flowers. We was going to Gashala here. That time it was so many different flowers here. Now it's no flowers, but that time it was growing so many flowers, and we was pick up the flowers morning time, and we were bringing to him for dressing. And sometimes he was asking like so many flowers, and I was thinking from where we will get these flowers, because this is not season. And one time, like Aindra Prabhu was asking, winter time he was asking to bring the champa, and I told Aindra Prabhu, there is not season, no champa. And he said, in Vrindavan, all six seasons is like simultaneously appears, and he always was like this. And also I had some few moments very, very important for me with association with Aindra Prabhu. One time I was sitting in front of Samadhi, Prabhupada Samadhi, that table where we will answer your questions. I just was answering for questions. They was asking me for 1-2 months to answer for questions, and all these people was coming, and it was like all time they asking where is the toilet, or they asking what's your name, and I was not so interested. And one day Aindra Prabhu saw me and he said, "Oh, you're doing seva here." I said, "Yes." Which questions the people given? I said, "Oh, Aindra Prabhu, I'm so disappointed. The people always asking where is the toilet or what is your name." And he said, "Yes, this is the materialistic life. The people come in, they're not devotees. The materialistic people always like this." And I remember this very clear, how he was telling, like, what is their life? There is eating, sleeping, eating, and go to bathroom. Eating and go to bathroom. He said, like this, you have to preach them. You have to preach them. And I said, yes. And then he said, he just was giving me class for maybe 20 minutes about the materialistic life, how they eat and go to. It was very funny. And then he asked him, what is the second question, the most often they given? And I said, the second question is, what's your name? And when I tell him, my name is Padmavati, and they tell him, oh, I know, no, this is famous Indian queen, yeah, Padmavati. And I said, Aindra Prabhu, I'm so disappointed, because they don't know nothing about Radharani. They not remember about Radharani. They remember about this famous queen Padmavati. And he said, you have to preach them. Why are you sitting here? Why are you sitting here? To show where is the toilet? He was speaking like this. You have to teach them. You tell them, if they asking what's your name, you tell, the Jayadev Goswami, famous wife Padmavati, and start to preach. And he just gave me this, very strong idea how we have to preach in any situation. And after that, I was trying. I'm still all time remember with people asking something. I remember just I have to preach them. I have to preach them. It was so many nice situation with Aindra Prabhu because I just came in 1999 and he left in 2010. It's 11 years. Like I didn't have so much like Mukunda Dat Prabhu because they was dressing deities together or some singers, but still it was so much association with him and just many years I even couldn't speak when the devotees was asking to tell something because tears is coming, but this is not tears of sorrow. This is like tears of big joy and tears of ecstasy. I'm very grateful for Krishna. He gave me opportunity for this association with such wonderful devotees and all devotees in Vrindavan. And Jai Shri Aindra Prabhu ki Jai.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Marumangal Prabhu. Yes. Yes, please come, please come. Afterwards, if we get a moment, we can call Braj Keshav Prabhu. Please be ready.
So Prabhuji is saying that we have very less time, so we have to speak very concisely. Sargrahi. So I was just thinking, Aindra Prabhu, like we say Hamsa, we have never seen, at least I have never seen swan or Hamsa. But we have heard that this Hamsa has the capacity to bifurcate a milk from the water if the water and milk is mixed. So Sargrahi. Therefore the Vaishnavas the exalted Vaishnavas are called Hamsa or Paramhamsa. So once I was like, I was kind of stubborn, childish mentality, because when I joined I was kind of 19-year-old, so I had childish mentality. I was with Prabhuji and I said, like insisting. It was about, he wanted to close the door and wanted everyone to go out, but still I was there and bit insisting with my questions. So I asked one question. So Aindra Prabhuji, what is the difference? There was some question like, there is Radharani, then there is Krishna, and they became one, and then they become Mahaprabhu. He said, you remember one thing, Radharani is Radharani, Krishna is Krishna, and Mahaprabhu is Mahaprabhu. Just don't mix everything. His point was that we should have that understanding that Mahaprabhu's personality is also eternal. It's not that there was a time when they became one and then Mahaprabhu appeared and before that there was no Mahaprabhu. And then he said, okay, because everyone had already left, it was very late night. He said, have you seen that movie, Nilachalera Mahaprabhu? It is in Bengali but has the English subtitle. I said, no. Okay, let's see. So he turned on his computer, and I think this movie was like 1.5 hour or 2 hours movie. let's watch the movie Nilachal Mahaprabhu. And he was sitting on that, what you call it, this we call muda, we call it muda, chota sa. So Prabhuji was sitting on that, and I was sitting just at his lotus feet, and he said, let's see how Mahaprabhu deals. At least you will have the understanding of the feelings of Mahaprabhu. And throughout the movie, he was watching the movie, and there are some philosophical discrepancies in the movie. Then he said, see, this is what our Acharya suppose. This is not as per the philosophy, but this is good. Like, he was watching the movie, and he knew that there are some philosophical discrepancies. But at the end he said, then what? If there is something good, we can accept it, and something bad, we can leave it. Sargrahi. And he enjoyed the movie. He was like fully enjoying the movie, and he was simultaneously telling me there is discrepancies in the philosophy at this particular part. So just because I was there for a few days, 2-3 days later, one devotee, he was about to leave for his country, maybe Mexico or Russia, I'm not able to recall, and he was telling Prabhuji, last night I had the dream. There was 2 manjaris, and they were telling me something. He said many things, and then he said, but you should, chant Hare Krishna very seriously. So he said, so Prabhuji, is it true? Was the dream true? Should I accept? Prabhuji said, see, you remember, dream is dream, but the instruction is good. But the instruction is good. You can accept the instruction because they were telling you to chant the Hare Krishna mantra. So when this devotee left, I asked Prabhuji, sometimes we hear from the devotees that we have the dream, and in the dream we saw, we also feel that we will also have a dream. So Prabhuji said, see, unless and until you are fully pure in your consciousness, you cannot have the pure dreams. So dreams are always dreams. But if there is something good, you should accept it. I like many times he used to be like Saragrahi. So whatever is good, he accept it. Like there was similar thing like Aindra was telling me that I need everything. There was something like he was wearing some blue sapphire, Neelam. So someone asked him, like, do you believe in all this? Astrology, etc. So he said, I need all the support. It was something like, I need all the help to go back to Godhead that I can get. To serve Srimati Radharani. So he used to be like Sargahi. Whatever is good, we should accept it. So Prabhuji said, we have little time, so I will just conclude with it. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. Padaya Krishna Prishtavatale Shrimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Nityanamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavati Prashtacharishna. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, because I feel a little bit shy. I have never seen Aindra Prabhu in my life. And I never communicate with him, never support him in evening kirtans, never tried prasadam he cooked for Nitai Sachisuda. And this is very bad actually. And even worse, there is someone in ashram 24-hour kirtan who even didn't see Aindra Prabhu's room. And his room, it was really something special. Like Akinchan Krishna Prabhu said, his room was the best place in the world, and I fully agree with it. But this is just my experience. I was in ashram the time Nitai Sachisuta went. First they went to Prabhavishnu Prabhuji ashram, and his room has really some special atmosphere. And this atmosphere, when Nitai Sachisuta and other deities, Shalagram, Giriraj, when they went, this atmosphere almost fully left also. And when Nitai Sachisuda came in this new room in Goshala, this special atmosphere came here. And this is my experience. Like, we have this Gurukul building, and when Nitai Sachisuda went, this Gurukul building is nothing, just dead body, you know. What I wanted to say, yeah, we have some devotees who never seen Aindra Prabhu, and you know, but we didn't have Aindra Prabhu, but what we have his kirtan, we have his legacy, 24-hour kirtan, and we have so many devotees who was communicate with Aindra Prabhu. And you know, what I think, this is my generation big responsibility to continue 24-hour kirtan. Really, this is very big responsibility. This is big job. As someone said today, like when during the Aindra Prabhu time, someone come for kirtan, and Aindra Prabhu said no, and you know, someone is sitting just, I don't know, sleeping behind. Aindra Prabhu said no, you came for kirtan, you have to chant, like be enthusiastic. And now we also try to do it. This is not easy, actually. This is not easy, but this is how we keep our kirtan is pure and real, and try to please Radhashyam more. Like kirtan, this is big job actually. And now, you know, like everyone have phones, mobile, and devotees come for kirtan and using mobile. No, this is like we cannot do it in Krishna Balaram Mandir. And you know, Prabhupada said once to his disciple, Prabhupada said, I'm trying to come out so many activities because you cannot just sit and chant Hare Krishna. And what Aindra Prabhu did, he gave us this opportunity, just sit and chant Hare Krishna. And not just sit and chant together. And where in Sri Vrindavan Dham. You know, this is only my job. Sit and chant Hare Krishna together in Sri Vrindavan Dham. And because Aindra Prabhu and because Srila Prabhupada mercy. And you know, we have to we have to make the kirtan real. And what should I do for this? I think I have to establish a relationship with devotees, with equal devotees, and with devotees who communicated with Aindra Prabhu. Actually, I'm learning from you a lot. All the Prabhuji was speaking today, like for me, I'm very grateful to all of you who speak about Aindra Prabhu. And last, I say, sorry. You know, some devotees, like I live here in 24-hour Kirtan Ashram. So often, young devotees come very often, and from whole world, like from America, in Australia, Russia, and some, like mostly devotees come to learn mridanga or learn how to sing or how to like mridanga and how to sing, this mostly. But after we have to understand, we just came in Vrindavan Dham not for learn mridanga, how to play mridanga, how to play tihais, so many tihais. We have to do this also, but like most important, we came here for helping Aindra Prabhu continue 24-hour kirtan. This is only our job. And yeah, I have never seen Aindra Prabhu in my life, but I'm sure, like 100%, Aindra Prabhu is here, still he's here, like almost physically, you know. And if you ask him sincerely, he will answer you immediately, really. Thank you very much, devotees. Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Shri Nitai Sachisuda ki, Nitai Gaur Premanand. Just now I got message like 5 minutes ago. Today they published Aindra Prabhu's audio book Russian. It's already in our SoundCloud. Just 5 minutes ago I got.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. We'd like to call Rasavani Mataji. Is she here? Yes.
Hare Krishna, all glories to Prabhupada, all glories to Aindra Prabhu. I'm Hare Krishna. I have only very few instances with Prabhu, so I just share one or two with all of you. So, I was very small when I saw first Aindra Prabhu. When I was very small, the first time when I came to Vrindavan, it was in '88 when I was only 6 years. I could saw a very small glimpse of Prabhu when he was standing and doing his kirtan with a wambar in his hand, and it just came to my mind this person is a special one, someone different, very different from all others. And the first time when I talked to him, it was one day before Radha Ashtami. Me and my family we came to Vrindavan in a bus. So we were supposed to go to Barsana for the night kirtan just before the day of Radha Ashtami. So I attended the kirtan in the evening. So just immediately after the kirtan, Prabhu stood and he was about to leave. And I just paid my obeisances and I just introduced myself. I came from Delhi. I really love your kirtan and also. Prabhu said, "Are you there for tomorrow? I'm going to do the kirtan. Tomorrow is Radha Ashtami. You be there. I'm doing the kirtan." So I was like, "Prabhu, I came in a bus, so I have to leave because I don't have any conveyance to go back." So in heart, I was very sad that Aindra Prabhu is asking me to stay for the next day. It's Radha Ashtami. I just prayed to Radha Shyamsundar, so please call me back soon so I can hear his kirtan again and again. So I just left, and it was a very special moment for me because I know Prabhus can have so much so in their lives to interact with Aindra Prabhu. For me, there are very few, but those few are for me are the lifetime inspirations and thoughts. I could just say that Aindra Prabhu was such a pure and such a great personality that he could just see a little spark and he used to fan that spark in every living entity. Whosoever is, he is a very new, he is old or anybody. His duty is to fan the spark that every living entity has, the dormant love for Krishna consciousness, the love for Radha Shyamsundar. And one more very small instance I just want to share. I came with my family for Nirjala Ekadashi. It was in summers in Vrindavan. So I spent 2-3 days after Nirjala Ekadashi. It was Dahi Chida festival. So I was in my college, so I used to get tuition. So I used to do a very small donation, very, very small. So I gave it to my father and he handed over to Prabhu. And he sent me 2 pots full of that dahi chida. And it's really true that I never had such a taste, such a nectarian prasad, just cooked with his own hands. I was really in bliss. So the very same day in the evening, just after the Gaur Aarti, Prabhu just interacted with me. I just paid obeisances after Gaur Aarti. So he said to me, I asked him some questions. I wrote some questions to him with the donation. So he said to me that, you be there tomorrow. I am going to giving the Bhagavatam class and I am going to give all the answers to your questions. So you be there. So I was like, I said to my parents, because my father is already on leave for 3-4 days from his office, and we are about to leave in the morning. That 5 o'clock bus just near the Krishna Balram temple. So we were about to leave the very next day, 5 o'clock. So I asked my parents, so can I stay few hours? Just we can catch a bus in the afternoon, 12. So it was my first Bhagavatam class. So I don't know about. So my parents just agreed. Okay, she's asking just few more hours only. So from the morning I was just waiting for the class only. That Prabhu is going to give all the answers to my questions. I was very excited. I was just sitting very near to Prabhu, very near in the sense the Mataji's rows. I was sitting there. So it's 9, 10, 11, and my parents were looking at me, and everybody just went, and there were very few devotees sitting there, and I can't move because Prabhu was just looking at me that I am sitting. So I really felt so bad about my parents. How could I face? I have to. I don't know how to tell them. So we left that bus also 12 o'clock in the afternoon. So it was my first experience of his Bhagavatam class. But though I heard something from my parents, like you just this day also we gone there, okay. But still that memory of that lecture and all, but unfortunately I couldn't get that lecture in any ISKCON Desire or any, there is no recording of that lecture. But that lecture is in my heart. The few sentences that he gave, it's still in my heart. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Just isn't there. I think we're going to have to leave it there for now. I also think, as Mahajwala said, we're going to have to think how to create more sessions for glorifying Aindra Prabhu, where we can include more of the devotees that we miss in these short sessions. So thank you all so much. We will have Pushpanjali now. We will request Mukundadat Prabhu. Arani Bihari Prabhu will make some announcements.
Hare Krishna. I just wanted to thank many devotees who have actually contributed physically, mentally, financially, spiritually, from all the point of views. So first of all, I would like to thank ISKCON Vrindavan management, His Grace Panchagoda Prabhu, Shrutakirti Prabhu, Golokanand Maharaj, Bhaskar Gaur Prabhu, Sudarshan Prabhu, Mukundadat Prabhu, because of all these devotees, actually Shri Nitai Shachisuta, all the Shaligrams, and all the devotees, they have settled nicely in their facility. I will request kindly sit down for just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. I will not take more than 2-3 minutes. Just please. Okay. And then I would like to thank some of the donors who have donated for today's program, because we have, just for your information, we have Mahaprasadam of Shri Shri Radha Ramanji. Okay. And of course, we also have Prasadam cooked by Matajis. They are sitting there, Kalindi Mataji, Ananya Bhakti Mataji, Virya Mataji, and there is a whole team. They cook prasad, they offer to Shri Shri Radha Shyam Sundar, and that Mahaprasad is also there. So we have abundance of prasad. So please don't leave without taking prasad. And also we had flower decoration and so many other things. So for that, I would like to very humbly thank Shreyas Prabhu, Dr. Venkatesh Prabhu, the whole Pathak family, Madhav Das Prabhu and Kripami Mataji, Akshar Prabhu and his brother, because they have actually sponsored the whole prasad today. A big Haribol for them. Haribol! And for this program, to make it successful, many devotees have actually put their strong effort. First, I would like to thank His Grace Mahabhagavat Prabhu. Okay, this whole flower decoration, he arranged everything. He was, from very early morning, he was standing here getting everything done. Okay, yes. Then we have Damodarashtak Prabhu, who arranged everything from the back end. Govinda Mataji, once again a big thank to you and the whole Mataji's team. Kalindi Mataji, Ananya Bhakti Mataji, Virya Mataji, and many other Matajis, I don't know their names, I'm really sorry, who cooked all the Rajbhog for Radheshyam Sundar, which was offered to Aindra Prabhu. So thank you so much, a big thank to all of you. Then another big thank to all of our Kirtan devotees. They are not, okay, I mean, you know, when we interact with devotees, when we spend time with them, then actually we get to know more their good qualities. It is not just they are good singers, they are good sadhakas, they are good chanters, they are good characters, they are good, you know, good human beings. So especially while moving the deities, while securing the things from Aindra Prabhu's rooms upstairs to the new facility, new deities room. So this was really not an easy task, and this was laborious, as well as this was very, I don't know how to say, very meticulously it was done by many devotees, actually speaking. So in particular, okay, if I miss some devotee's name, so I would beg forgiveness, but there are few devotees who really put their heart into it and efforts. So first of all, Arvind Prabhu, is he here? Arvind? Okay, Arvind. Then Radheshyam Vilas. Then we have Sharad Bihari Prabhu, Parikshit Prabhu, everybody's outside, why? Okay, and then we have our, you can say the pillar of 24-hour Kirtan who is managing, I don't know, I really need, like, you know, as Anand Shesh has thousands of mouths, still he can't actually glorify the Lord. I really need thousands of mouths actually to glorify Mohan Prabhu, our Mohan. He is managing our ashram, he's managing shifts, he has done so much for the deities, for sevas, days and nights actually, he spent sleepless nights he has gone through. And I really admit that if he would have not been standing with me, I would have actually collapsed, seriously. This project was not easy to shift the deities successfully and make it so beautiful here. So thank you so much. And Nitai Charan Prabhu from Philippines. So I will say just a big Hari Bol for all of them. Hari Bol! And I really very humbly pray to Sripad Aindra Prabhu to give his immense blessing to all of these devotees. And lastly, before we end today's session, I would like to read something from Aindra Prabhu's book. So kindly hear very carefully. Better by far, we humbly endeavor to chant Shuddha Naam via the intent prosecution of Yuga Dharma Naam Sankirtan with a view to achieve ultimate Ragamaya perfection at the feet of Sri Guru. Then we may hope to become truly empowered instruments in the hands of the predecessors Acharya. Hey Radheshyam, please allow me at this point to elaborate on this proposition for the careful deliberation of the revered readers to whom I offer my koti dandavat pranams. We should bear in mind that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in personally demonstrating the exemplary course of pure devotional conduct to edify the people of this dismal domain, adopted two programs of vital concern, which are in fact to a large extent intrinsically intersupportive of each other. The three internal purposes of his advent primarily corresponding to the Tripad Vibhuti Chit Jagat, internal, spiritual, all sentiment world comprising 3/4 of kingdom of the God, were essentially a matter of his pursuing the internal rasika relishment of pure devotional bhavas. The one external purpose of inaugurating the movement of mass sankirtan for the deliverance of materially conditioned jivas should be seen as relevant and consequential to his appearance in this Ekapada Vibhuti Achit Jagat, dull material world covering only 1/4 of God's kingdom. It is a fact that his propagation of the holy name enhanced, in certain respects, his direct relishment of Radha's intensified happiness in form of her overflowing benevolence towards others in view of Krishna's expanded bliss. Nevertheless, it should be noted with profit that the internal absorption was primarily effective, whereas the external parallel was a subsequent effect rooted in his aspiration to taste the over-expanding sweetness of Krishna Prema. Radha, is the complete whole personification of Krishna's compassionate nature, expanded into innumerable personified counterpart aspects of same intrinsic supramundane potency. As the experimental value of 10 million-fold must necessarily be established on the basis of experimental value of 1, so without the premise of Radha's actual experience of personally meeting with Krishna, the ascertain of her 10 million-fold happiness in making arrangements for the other expanded aspects of herself to meet with him remains only so much meaningless verbiage. Similarly, it is said that anyone have experience of 10 million-fold the happiness of personally meeting and embracing Krishna by preaching this Sankirtan movement to convince other conditioned soul take steps toward him. Even so, it would behoove a thoughtful devotee to initially come to the position personally experiencing Krishna, embracing Krishna in unalloyed prema, face to face, eye to eye, cheek to cheek, hand to hand, chest to chest, etc., etc., etc. Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki jai.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you. And we would also like to say a big Hari Bol, a big thank you to His Grace Aranya Bihari Prabhu, who is doing so many beautiful things. Okay, so now we'll start Pushpanjali.